stood up and stated that Cheerleader is one of the best movies he's ever seen. Oh, that's good. There you go. Metalcraft or a blacksmith? I don't actually know. Isn't blacksmith speed and metalcrafter quality? Like if they make a statue in a strange mood, what skill levels up? Is it blacksmith? Which one's metalcrafter? Is metalcrafter like the overall quality? Because like one of them is speed and one of them is quality. It's like flat disagreements. YouTube is saying metalcrafter, Twitch chat is saying blacksmith. Metalcrafter for finished goods? All right. Hey, Twitch chat, can you do me a huge favor? You say hi, YouTube? And also, here is a link to the YouTube stream. If you want to help out the YouTube stream at no cost to you, tab in there. And leave a like. And YouTube folks, thank you very much to the 50 of you who've tuned in for the horror film talk, I guess. There's 30 likes on the stream. I'm sure we can make that go up to 50, right? 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 I believe you. You're all tabbed up. There we go, Antimata. And don't forget, we're a completely crowdfunded stream. I do not take sponsored time. I realize there are ads that run on these, but that's the platform, not me, really. And if you like this show, you want to keep this show funded, if you're on Twitch, you can always check your Prime subs, see if there's a Prime sub available, which will get you ad-free viewing as well as a bunch of emotes. If you're on YouTube, of course, there's always super chats, but the best thing you can do is stay active and leave a like and whitelist your ad block. For Twitch chat, of course, there's also bits and subs and such. Twitch does have discounts on longer-term subs until the end of the month. And I have ways that you can support me directly by purchasing mugs. Or alternatively, checking out my blog, where I have other subscription options if you're interested and don't want to just receive the weekly emails. All the other crafter skills are usually for finished goods and stuff. The problem is they renamed like a third of them. Jasper, and I'll be honest with you, I've never gone in and like rememorized them. Let's go start up day 2 of this fort. Now that my obligatory streamer trying to make minimum wage every day sellouts section is done. An army of bearmen in your fort? If you're playing adventure mode and you have a fort that you want an army of bearmen in, you can make a squad of 10 bearmen in adventure mode, wander them to the location, and then from there, retire them in your fortress. And then done. Blacksmith strictly for iron stuff? No. Blacksmiths do more than just iron. Historically and in video game. I'm just going to do a real quick hard save. We're going to call this Seedvault 02. But to anybody who's missed the goal for this fort, we need to see who's pissed. But for those of you who've missed the goal for this fort, the goal for this fort is pretty simple. I am trying to get the population to 500. That is the goal. We're on a map that's 2x2. It's the same faction as the last fort. So we're getting Necromancer migrants, which is not great. I was about to ask if that was available, but Darius wants a dwarf. We can do that. Yeah, you're trying to convince them to join you in adventure mode, right, Vakrok? Good luck. Darius wants a dwarf with a beard, but first I will simply read through the dwarfs with names. Who's the pissed off dwarf? Sodel. We need to work on that dwarf. Dominok, Ilmirin, Gloss, Getty, and Napalm, as well as Iron, Ahuna Vira, and Eye Miner, who's the dwarf who chopped the eye out of a Cyclops right at the start of the fort, because we started on a Cyclops location. And then Jasper Crow are the named dwarves in the fort. And you want a dwarf with a beard. Any, like, job preferences? Or, here, I could just go by happiest, which would be leave you on this engraver. Does that work? Darius? I haven't changed anything from default. I will have to raise the population limit, though. We're at 200 right now. Darius. Cardrin. He never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. He forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others and is prone to strong feelings of lust. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he acts with little determination and confidence. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future and is often nervous. He occasionally overindulges, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he is often cheerful. He laughs in a unique way when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. You get to catch the legend live? Since when am I a legend? What? He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally sees peace over war as something to strive for. Values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. And values a harmonious existence. I also need to disable this overlay. I have one petition outstanding, which is I need to finish this. And this right here is a stoneworker guild. Darius is one passing acquaintance, has left several religions, as well as was in the Ocean of Ashes, as well as many dwarves, and is now a member of the small farm and Seedvault. Now, Seedvault currently is focusing on farming. We have an underground crops industry. We've got cooking. We've got thread. We are shearing. We've got one undead dwarf. We've got we're dyeing cloth and spinning the dyed thread into dyed cloth with dimple dye, using dimple cups, which is something I almost never do. And I am trying to make this into a woodworker guild. Does it work to specialized dwarves? You can. There's nothing wrong with having novices with dabbler skills. The thing is, dwarves need varied interests. A lot of dwarves will just get bored if you have them doing the same thing forever. So yes, you can specialize dwarves, but the better thing to do is, instead of trying to specialize dwarves, make a lot of guild halls in the skills that you want your dwarves to be good at. So what that means is, instead of like making a shop and specializing every single dwarf to a specific shop, if you want good metalsmiths, make a metalsmiths guild, okay? And then maybe have one or two workshops that are specialized to particular dwarves that you want to be high quality skills. So let's say I'm making weapons, right? And I have 5 weaponsmith shops, okay? If I want to make steel weapons, I will go to the specific shop and then say, hey, only so-and-so can make stuff at this specific shop. Only one dwarf can make stuff at this specific shop, and those are going to be my steel spears or adamantine spears or whatever. But then the rest of them, if I queue up something for everybody, like say pickaxes, everybody can do it. So you do want to have like non-specialized dwarves who can just make things that don't need to be the highest of quality. However, it's maybe not a bad idea to have the option to do that in situations that are benefited by that. But if you want dwarves to be specialized in specific skills, I recommend making guild halls focusing on those skills. If you want good farmers or chefs, make like a cook's guild or a planter's guild, right? But higher skill planters do get higher yields. If you want really talented engravers, make an engravers guild and then specialize them. But when it comes to like crafting things and like resources that your fortress is outputting, I don't generally recommend that, no. They work slightly faster, but it's negligible. It's more based on dwarf skill as far as mining goes. I mean, I used pickaxes as an example, but like there's no difference in shield quality, right? There's difference in weapon quality, but like a basic level shield is going to be the same as a masterwork shield. The dwarf will just be happier if they pick it up. And that's the case for a lot of stuff. Right now, these dwarves are exceptionally overworked, by the way. You know, Sodell, you're going to be my one engraver. We're just going to get you engraving. Actually, maybe not one engraver. I think I'll let everybody do it, but Sodell's going to be the primary engraver. But now just ask chat, do you guys specialize your dwarves? Or are you like me and don't care so much? Because I don't know. It's a well-known fact that I do not care about specialization when it comes to dwarves, really. Even in situations where I would theoretically be benefited by it. Oh yeah, also I've got the economy turned up to hard, so I have to do like 6,000 for base value of guild halls, and then I have to increase it again to 30,000 when they ask for grand guild halls. Except for miners? So does that mean you disable chores? Because for me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be turning off burial and refuse hauling and cleaning on children. You specialize one engraver. Huh. Do you ever make an engravers guild? Because, like, you know, if you're talking about needs, guilds satisfy needs. Like, a crafts dwarfs guild is never a bad thing to have. Because it satisfies needs. Or like a weaver's guild. You'll just slowly increase the quality of the clothing. How do you feel about this work? You do seem to like it. Yeah, this dwarf just showed up to the fort with old injuries. So because they've had a lot of old injuries, it's like there isn't too much I can do with this dwarf. They've got a lot of past trauma as well as old injuries. So it's just, at this point, keeping that dwarf happy is going to be difficult. So I just kind of got to do what I got to do, and I'll do the best I can, but there's only so much I'll be able to do. I do have a shale table and a shale throne. Let's also throw a chest into here. Maybe an artifact. I want to say we just had, yes, this. So this was an artifact we made at the end of last stream, which is a hematite scepter. All craft store ship is of the highest quality, and it menaces with spikes of hematite. So this artifact here is going to go onto that pedestal, which is going to help increase the value of this. And I think I'll also surround it with something. Thinking maybe fortified blocks. Kick them out. That's not going to help the population goal now, is it? In YouTube chat, Clem Hazard says, I specialized in 2 or 3 farmers early game, but try to make a farmers guild to give you a workforce redundancy, and 2 to 3 engravers because they make guild and temple demands easier to meet. Yeah, that's fair. I think like there's like 2 types of people with engravers. There's people who specialize with engravers, which is what I've done the last 2 forts. And I sort of sometimes do that, but I don't always do that. So there's people who specialize in engravers, and then there's people who just let everybody engrave as a way of meeting needs. And I think both of those are perfectly valid ways to like play the needs game in Dwarf Fort, if that makes any sense. Okay, so you're gonna place that, I guess. Then I'll put that scepter on here. Don't kick him out. He just needs someone to take a chance on him. Oh, I won't kick him out. I mean, like, the law might come down on her head so hard that she dies, but no, we won't kick her out. I mean, heck, her husband's here, who's also stressed. Maybe I should like take his husband off of tasks and also put him on engravers and just like let them go do the engraving and hang out together. Like maybe that'll help. Because he's also a legendary engraver already. So might as well have them doing that. Okay, so now we're just waiting for this to get hauled over. If you open the underground so moss will grow over the squares, will that mean that you can no longer collect sand there? Yes, but if there are sand walls, you can collect sand from walls. Or if you build a grate, it'll stop sand from growing there. And if sand has already grown there, you can then build a floor piece there, delete the floor place, and then put a grate over top of it. So if it's only floor pieces, you can still deal with it. Okay, so I feel like this is not yet established. So I guess we'll just... maybe do 2 of these. Yeah, we'll go all the way around. I'll engrave and fortify this. And then do a vertical bar there. Make those out of silver. Does the guild deserve doors? Oh, I just hadn't placed them yet. They also deserve windows, I think. I'll probably have to expand this building at some point, so I'm not going to engrave every wall. I'm going to engrave a bunch of them. I don't quite like the way that looks. And this one covers this floor piece out here. Let's go out here and just place whatever's closest. I guess wood floors probably. This will all be engraved or fortified, so I will fortify this side, and then the rest will all get engraved. And before you get stuck in here, let's hope you don't. Let's just do the corners. Because those are not going to get cut out later. Usually let petitions decide your guilds. Pro tip, if you start your fort with a guild, then you don't get petitions for guilds. Because everybody comes in and immediately joins the guild. If that makes any sense. So while, yes, you can let your petitions decide your guilds, if you just have a guild to begin with, because what happens is so you start with, let's just say you start a dwarf with the default 7, right? And you start off with a weaponsmith's guild. Nobody is going to have weaponsmithing skill at the start of the fort. But if the first thing you do is make a weaponsmith's guild, they'll start teaching each other weaponsmithing. So very quickly your starting 7 will become weaponsmiths. And this is what I did with Gortusk. I didn't make a tavern for 2 years. I didn't make a library for like 5. And I didn't make a temple for 1.5 years. I started with a dining hall and a weaponsmith's guild that was open to everybody. So anybody could go there. And I made a sword, so one dwarf had dabbling. And they immediately went and started teaching everybody their dabbling skills. I had like 90 legendary weaponsmiths in that fort at one point. And every single artifact we got was a weapon. You can use guilds to decide the direction. So the one thing you need to change, though, is this is the default setting, right? Indicates that the location is only open to members. Only members of the guild can go here. So there's only 11 dwarves in the fort that can go there. So only dwarves with, at the very minimum, I think it's novice, stoneworking can go in here, right? But if I set it to this, it doesn't matter what their skill set is. They can just go there. And so what that does is it allows you to artificially inflate is maybe the wrong word, but it allows you to inflate the speed at which your dwarves train a particular skill. I'm just going to fill this in with engravings because it is the Stoneworkers Guild, so it fits. So it does inflate the speed at which they can train those skills, and it is very powerful. Yeah, and also then kids can go into that area and get skills. So I'm going to make this in an Engravers Guild because that's what they've demanded, although I did miss the Engravers Guild at one point. My manager laughs in the face of death. You didn't die. iMiner, are you injured? No. Okay. So iMiner just got into a tussle. Am I making this up? Or is this the old one? Why is that still there as a combat log? That's wild. For a second there, I thought that they got into a fight with a giant Olm. So we have access to this cavern lair, which I am actively trying to lock off. So the reason there's so few jobs available right now is because I'm trying to block off these walls. We're trying to more or less completely take over the cave layers. So it's a slow process, but if I can completely seal off this cave layer, we'll leave the oceans areas in so stuff can still stay interesting. But if we can completely seal off the caves or this cavern layer, then I have free reign of it to farm, use it for power, exploit it to all levels that I need to, and that'll be good for us. Nice how it gives your children direction when starting if you want it. No, totally. Like, if you want your children to be very useful when they become adults, if you're doing long-term faction play or, like, one long-term fortress, basically, you want your kids to not go insane and have skills. And one of the easiest ways to do that is just by making guild halls. Like, genuinely, that is one of the easiest, fastest, most efficient ways to do that, is just having a bunch of guild halls. All right. And this will give us ready, consistent access to lava. This is giving us access to more material types. I'm probably going to pump lava up, because that's not that many layers, to like up to here, probably. And what I'm thinking is build a lava reservoir that floods lava maybe, I don't know, down to here, as a way of defending. So maybe this will be the defense layer, like layer 39. Like, Def, man. DEFCON Dwarf. Do I mean around the edges? Yeah, so when I say seal off the caverns, the cavern layers you can build all the way up to the edge of the map, right? So you can build right on the edge of the map. You can't build right on the edge of the map on the surface. The game won't let you do that. So we're building right along the edge of the map all the way along here, basically. That's what we're trying to do. And don't forget to check your Prime subs, chat. Just saying. All right, let's go up to about here. Oh, also, we've had one death. It was a dog. It was very sad. That's all. How's the value of this doing? Still not quite there. Jesus. I feel like that's kind of hard to believe. Maybe I need to just make it bigger. Minx, thank you very much for the subscription. That's the 3rd subscription to the stream, meaning today's streamer has made about $12. Thank you. Not the best for 2 hours of streaming, but hey, we'll get by. Can we make a statue for the dog? For the tomb? Sure. Oh shit, we caught a Drathla. Is that a male or female Drathla? That's a female Drathla. Are Drathlas milkable? I think I should start farming Drathlas. What was the name? What was the last name of the dog? R-A-T-H Godin. Rathgodin. Atir Rathgodin. Temple ropes. Yes, that's it. It was the starting dog that we started off with, who was assigned to iMiner, who is the dwarf who's missing a leg. I wonder if you're a legendary crutch walker yet. Is a legendary crutch walker, who's missing a leg, who is our fortress manager, one of the starting 7, who killed the initial creature at the very beginning of the fortress. So, you know, their dog, it was their pet dog. And at the very least, dwarf's satisfied at work. Although, it looks like we really need to give these dwarves a break. Hopefully we get a good-sized migrant wave this summer. Not milkable? Are they shearable? I'm trying to think if they're useful for anything aside from meat. Because I honestly cannot remember. Picking up equipment. What you picking up? We're getting clothing? Oh, look at that. New socks. It's midnight blue from Dimple Dye. You'll love to see it. Felt wonder remembering and competently performing. Gotta love it. Napalm is fighting with a giant olm. And screams I must withdraw. Well, there's a giant olm overcome by terror. I think I'm going to expand this down here and send my 2 war elephants to right here. Actually, maybe just one of them. Because I'm sure they've been in here long enough. So we'll keep one of the war elephants right here. We also now have a trained Drothla. So I will go to right here, and we will put the Drothla there. Nope, so they're just, like, bones, basically? Okay, well, I mean, leather as well is useful. What are Drothlas? Well, here, I'll read the description of a Drothla. A Drothla is a large-bodied grazer with a thick mane that feeds on the top of tower cap mushrooms deep under the earth. A 3 times multiplier on butchering value? So the stuffs you get from them is higher value? Guard elephants for the caves? Currently, yes. Introverse. We also have baby elephants. Although maybe I should put the baby elephants down with the guard elephants, because the baby elephants are currently on the surface, which is maybe not the best, actually. Let's move some of the baby elephants down here. Let's do, like, maybe 2 of them. Instead, I could put a guard bunny on the surface. They're mostly there just to spot potential threats, but... You know, I think here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to scroll down to here, and I'm just going to go to these stoneworker shops, and I'm just going to go pause, 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 pause. I'm going to leave one of them running. How's the value of this? Not there yet. Okay. Well, all right. I guess you just need a bigger footprint. That's fine. I'll build them an outbuilding. That's the woodcutter job. I need this job. I will extend this wall. I didn't want to do it this way, but here we are. Put one statue of the dog right there. Put a floor piece down here. And let's go to the mayor's office right here, which already has statues of the Cyclops that she killed, and go right there, the manager's office. Although that might actually be an additional one of those statues, but... And I will throw one down here. So all the way up to there, basically. So I'm going to knock down wall from here this way. And let's do rock table and rock throne. It's a horse on shrooms. A horse that eats shrooms. Well, it's a horse with a mane on shrooms, is what I would say. And they're pretty good livestock to have. I mean, these guys. No, that's a yak. These guys. Breathless. Some migrants have arrived, chat. How many migrants do you think we're going to get? We're at 21 dwarves right now, so this would be the 3rd migrant wave. We're also in an ad break. I will wait until the ad break ends. Breeding for pets could be good for happiness. I don't know about you. I don't like having grazers as pets. Because, like, that requires the amount of farming space you have to be as big as the number of pets that you have. They're also a bigger liability, and they're easier to kill. So, personally, if I'm going to do pets, I'm going to try and do, like, birds or something that isn't going to cause issues, I guess. Does anybody else get, like, very disappointed when they get an email from Bandcamp and it says, new item from band you like, and then you click it and it's just a t-shirt, and you're like, God damn it, or a repressing of a t-shirt like in this instant, and you go, God damn it. What do you win? I don't know, bragging rights? A goose for every dwarf. See, like, that I'd be okay with. I would actually be okay with that. But here's the thing. I don't think you can assign pets to people unless they're working animals like hunting. So you'd be limited to, like, dwarves that like that animal. You'd have to mod the animal pop cap for that. You don't have to mod the animal pop cap. You can just do that in your game settings. Like, you can literally just, like, turn the number up. No mods are required for the vast majority of things people mod in this game, which I think is really funny. Here is yet another dwarf from the previous fort. He's killed 5 troglodytes, and you start off as a master surgeon. Holy shit. My God. You know, Glass hated this job. What was your name? Dwarf? Tier as well. Okay, I'm just going to make your name a bunch of exclamation points for a second. Back out of here and just go to Chief Medical Dwarf and scroll down until I find you. And you can be my Chief Medical Dwarf because that you are a master surgeon. Like, hot damn. That's not how that works, Getty. Dwarves will not bond to an animal unless it's an animal that they like. So this dwarf, as an example, doesn't like any animals. Only if you're playing in an Untamed Wilds map, Minx. But yeah, no, like, people say mod when, like, if you want to change a lot of things, it's like, you just go here, or just go to your game settings and scroll down. It's like, it's not how, like, not many things are needed for modding, right? Like, a lot of things you can just adjust. So, like, right now the baby child cap is 25, which I should probably turn up. Or rather, sorry, visitor cap is 25, baby child cap is 50, or is 40, and then population cap is 200 and 250, but I'll have to turn that up. I'll probably actually just set this to 400 off the bat, and then 450. But yeah, I don't know. Even with the effect, there's no way to alter what kind of animals a dwarf likes. I believe that. Seems like something that would be hard-coded into them. 9 zombie humans, damn. And you wonder why some of these dwarves are depressed. Guess should. 2 lovers and 9 children. Hey, look, your dad is stealth. All of this fun family connection. Hey, Kel. You and your wife are here. I think I'm going to send Kel to Windcrack, you and your wife. I'm going to do that because I do not want necromancers in the fort right now. I really, really don't. Angry dwelling upon getting into an argument. Ooh, you're kind of brutally upset. You also come with some fancy-ass bracelets. Look at that. Look at that! 101 years old? Bringing any family? Nope. Well, good luck. I'm sorry, why are you seriously injured, Doran? I just have a dwarf who showed up seriously injured. I didn't know they could do that. How did you get here if you can't walk? People are basically trustworthy. Uh-huh. They also left you lying on the ground. Injured. That seems bad. I'll increase the baby cap when we start getting babies, Havoc. It's crazy that it's easier to get a husband and wife in DF than a pet. I mean, not really, because you can just assign a dog to them. The unkept kin. I'm going to send you to Windcrack, friend. You're fine. I'm also going to send you to Windcrack. So we're getting some babies this time, although... I don't know who's bringing them. Yuzul and Lanix are here. So Lanix is about to arrive. There's Lanix, who was named right at the end of the last fort, I think? Like at the very, 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 very end. Also was a military dwarf in the previous fort. Giving the old Kenshi try? Yeah, but they're not able to move now. I have to make a hospital for them. Like, literally, I have to go make a hospital, like, right now. Never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. Has no goals in life. Wow. Thrill seeker, high stamina. All right, well. Get into the military, I guess. Coal Union Wire, the safe, dark bar of clearings. How many things did you kill? It's killed the same zombie human 7 times. It's got to be some sort of ritual for some sort of dark cult. After you slay the humans 7 times, every time they rise from the dead, you then gain the special powers of the Omnimancer. Or whatever, I don't know. I went to check, and you have a dragon trainer who is bonded with the dragon, and she doesn't like dragons. She only detests worms. That is different. Bonded does not equal pet. Okay? So, if you go to this screen, right, and you click available as pet, somebody who likes that animal will go and claim that pet, right? If you have an animal that's available to be trained, the trainer can bond with the animal. Basically, they've developed a relationship. But that doesn't mean that they're a pet. It means that they're bonded. There's a difference. It basically means that they are more efficient at training that animal. That animal is not their pet. I know it's semantics, but being a pet does not equal being bonded. You can be bonded to an animal, and that animal can be the pet of somebody else. So the dragon could be the pet of Urist. And Maffle is the trainer of the dragon, and Maffle's bonded to the dragon because they trained the dragon. But the dragon is not Maffle's pet. Tomato, tomato, I know, but not same thing. I mean, you could click it, Drosta, or clip it, Drosta. Fortunate when it happens IRL. It's called getting friend-zoned. It happens with people all the time. Got friend-zoned by a dragon. Sag. Anyway, I need to make a hospital So I am trying to decide where I should put that. I'm kind of thinking like right here. Be radical having a semi-wild dragon as a pet. I mean, you can. But here's the problem with like bonded animals, right? They'll go insane if their bonded trainer dies. Like they will basically do the equivalent of tantruming if their bonded trainer dies. So not great if that's a dragon. So don't let that trainer die, basically. I mean, you can have tame dragons, but you can have tame almost anything that is trainable. Well, anything that is trainable within with a couple restrictions. However, this is not a tame dragon that we're talking about here. So, unnecessary add to the discussion, I suppose, because yes, this is a fact. And the only time I've ever had a breeding pair of dragons, one of them, the boy dragon was gay. And so I didn't actually get baby dragons. I'm still mad about it. Stupid video game. But then again, I've never built a fort around specifically trying to breed dragons. So you're hearing you make your vampire a dragon trainer. Well, I wouldn't make the vampire a dragon trainer because they're the most likely to get randomly killed by the captain of the guard. Maybe make an elf your dragon trainer. Or a goblin. Or a necromancer? Sure. Why not? Well, it's not like the necromancer would be able to resurrect anything that the dragon's caught on fire, because the dragon would just set it on fire. One of them is gay. It is a really funny mechanic in Dwarf Fort, but yeah, it can be kind of annoying sometimes. I do love the fact that it like gay dwarves exist in Dwarf Fortress because of like breeding practicality. Like literally the reason it was added as a mechanic to the game is because dwarves would outbreed every other faction. So there was just too many dwarves. Dwarves had too many similarities with bunnies. So Tarn was like, well, it can just be just like reality. If there's a high enough percentage of dwarves, there's just a higher chance that they're gay. They're definitely gay or you reached fit population cap of 50. I mean, even if you don't hit the population cap, I've had gay ducks at the very start before, which is very funny. It's like, why am I getting no baby ducks? Check and DF hack. Oh! Wow. Awesome. Thank you, game. Like, I just started a fort, and there was just suddenly gay ducks there. It's like, come on. Why you gotta do me like this, game? I do check with DF hack. I shit you not, the command is gaydar. I can show you in a sec. Like, let's just go up here. Let's select this yak and type in gaydar. This is a command that Putnam added. Yak cow will marry males. So this cow is not gay. She doesn't like lady cows. Havoc says in YouTube chat, in my last embark, one of my starting dogs was gay. After 3 years, I was like, I only have 2 dogs. What's shocking there is that you didn't get a migrant who also had a dog. That's what's shocking to me. Okay. Oh, shit. I just made a second zone. I thought I was expanding this one. Clicked the wrong button. But yeah, shoutouts to Putnam, I guess. So I need to make this into a hospital pretty quick. Fortunately, I have a bunch of extra bedrooms, I think. Yes, I do. So now that I have more dwarves, I should be able to pretty quickly assign more dwarves to bedrooms. And I'm going to try and keep ahead of the population curve like this. Looks like there's still a few extras. There's one right here. There we go. Everybody gets a bedroom. All it takes is one careless mass culling and suddenly you shift you're left with a non-breeding pair. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it can certainly turn your, like, breeding program into a very ineffective breeding program very quickly. It's like, right now I've intentionally gelded the one cat that's in the fort. Because I don't really want to have a pile of kitties in my fort suddenly. Unless I need to. Conflict? No, you're just... Oh, I see. Seems like my elephant is not super interested in killing this giant olm. But it may change its mind at some point. Okay, so right here, this can be sealed. I'm not going to completely seal the caverns because I think that's boring. So I'll leave the water sections open, but all of the walled sections, I am going to seal. So all the areas that I can realistically wall off, they're all just going to get turned into constructions. By who's the oldest? I mean, personally, I feel like you should only butcher adult animals if you're butchering them for meats anyway. This also gives me access to this so I can mine out more of this stuff. Because I'm going to have to slowly do all of these. Let's just go into here. Maybe not all the way up to there, just right to here. $500 population seems like a lot. Yeah, it's doable. I mean, I had 450 in machine waters. So it might seem like a lot, but it's not out of the realm of doable. So I'm not too concerned. But how are you doing, Bonesaw? It is good to see you. Why don't I just do it this way? All right, this right here, going to be a hospital. So I'm just going to put a tiny little meeting zone into here. And this is just going to be the hospital. And I'm going to make my surgeon into Atir, who is the chief medical dwarf, because they're a master surgeon. I have a accomplished diagnoser. I got nobody with any doctoring skills. So I will give that to Moses, I suppose. And then for the bone doctor, nobody cares or is good at it, so I will give it to the highest one on the list. We now have a doctor, a diagnoser, and a surgeon. I do need a water source. I need to, like... Because the thing that I want to do to make this actually have the aesthetic I'm looking for is have open holes and make this lower layer also into active rooms and spaces and storage piles. So it's going to ideally have like some multi-level focus. And what I'm thinking about doing today is caving in a chunk of up here, down through this layer, down into this layer, so that I can have underground surface crops in an underground forest, which I think would be pretty dope. So... yeah, I'm hoping we can make the aesthetics of this fort really cool, because that's what this fort's going to be, is a lot of really big population swings. And hopefully some fun combat-ish stuff, too. But mostly a lot of, like, you know, these kinds of big things. Diagnosis required and crutches required. Okay, so I'm going to go over here, and we're going to put a chest into this. I'm also going to go up to here, and we're going to assign animals that haven't been. I've got a lamb, I've got a pony, I've got a calf, and I've got a piggy I'm going to put in there. I'm going to go down to here, and we're going to start shearing animals and spinning thread. Shearing animals and spinning thread. Once I get a couple more animals, I can automate those, but we're not quite there yet. Put a couple beds into this for the hospital. Above ground crops can grow in mud if they have surface light. But I'm just going to cave in the surface layer, and it'll 100% have light, because I also want trees growing. Any dwarf with a beard. I'll search by happiness and give you that happiest and give you the first unnamed dwarf with a beard. You're getting Lemul. He's an engraver. He's currently constructing a building, and his name is now Komori Bread. Tell me if I spelled that wrong. He is incurious and never seeks knowledge or information to satisfy himself. He is easily moved to mercy, and he dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel. He actively avoids exciting or stressful situations and often feels lustful. He has a sense of duty, and he rarely feels discouraged. He can handle stress, and he is often nervous after experiencing trauma. In 391. He likes to brawl and is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. When he gets exasperated, he points and shakes his finger, and he often greets others with a hug. He chews his lips intently when he's thinking, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a great work of art, and personally believes that war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. He personally feels that he finds artful speech and eloquent expressions are the highest ideals, finds leisure time wasteful, and values a harmonious existence. He likes mica, silver emerald, eye tooth, the color orange, cabochons, the adorable satin, and the sight of the intricacy of glittering. And when possible, prefers to consume cranberry wine and hates slugs. And his wife's name's Doran. And he is a member of no religion, but a member of the Stoneworkers and Engravers Guilds. Welcome to the fort. I don't know how this guild has not been satisfied yet. I think what I'm going to do, and I have a suspicion here, I'm just going to delete this zone and remake it. Let's see. Does this satisfy? The Mountainous Tummies is the default name of my tavern? Hey, chat room. I'm going to make a deal with you guys. For the next 30 minutes, every 5 gifted subs, I will gift a sub. Just to make things a little interesting here. We'll take a tally at noon my time, or in 30 minutes. And see where we end up. Well, that's 1. Thank you, Darius. When you accidentally put a refuse stockpile in a reanimating zone? Oh, that's fun. That's 2. All right. Are you getting tended to? Thank you, Perennially Curious. Also, by the way, my revenue for the day just, like, increased by 100%. So thank you, by the way. I'm going to throw a table. Actually, let's just do a... let's do cloth rope. And a traction bench. Let's just do 2 traction benches. And I don't have a clother's shop just yet, so I will need to make one. But that's okay. I can make one pretty quickly. By rolling over that. So that's 3 that I'm at. And also that's a hype train. So thank you. Appreciate you guys. Your fort name, Pet Cemetery. Can you name them Pet Cemetery? Also, I think that name was taken by something from before, and I can't quite place as to what that was. I'm going to place 2 more statues of our heroic pupper, though. It feels weird that this isn't valued high enough. Like, I feel like this should be, but I guess it's not. We must just be really close. Early summer. But thank you very much for the hype train, chat. It's valued as the artifact, yeah, which is odd. Like when I put the artifact in there, the value went down, which seems like a bug. So what I think I'm going to do is reassign it and not include the artifact in the zone. Like I'll delete it, remake it, and not include the artifact in the zone because it feels like there's something weird going on here. Remember, chat, until noon my time, it's currently 11:30, for every 5 gifted subscriptions, I will gift... Well, first off, 1 subscription. Let's try this first. Yeah, it's still just valued. Okay, so let's just delete this and say, okay, so what is the value of just this without that in it? Because this should absolutely be valuable enough. Blink, blink, blink. Are we hyping? I'm trying.
Lanix 7 cheered. X100 bits.
Craft store ship was of the lowest quality? Apparently. I wish it wasn't, but... I wonder if it's just a skill issue with my broker. Let me swap the broker out for... Okay, Lanix, what is your skills? I might swap my broker to Lanix. What is your appraisal skill? Like, you have none. Okay, well... What is... Okay, let's go to broker. Check bread. What'd you miss? Not much. Your dwarf showed up as a migrant, the one that you named right at the end of the last fort. But from now until noon my time, so in, well, just under 30 minutes, every 5 gifted subscriptions, I will gift a sub. I guess that's all that you've missed. Yeah, so, like, nobody has any appraisal skill. So that might be part of the issue here. Yep, so far it's 16. So now it's 26. Cramp, thanks for the 10-pack. Means a lot, dude. Greatly appreciate that. So I'm going to do a Engraver's Guild right here. Because that's the other guild I need to make. Short like a few. It's fine. Have you ever had a viewer who had 2 dwarves because they named one? Oh, it's happened a couple times. Usually what happens is we either just name the other one somebody else or gift it away, or we just leave it if there's enough difference between the 2 names. But yeah, it's definitely happened. I've also had dwarves who've like, you know, like sort of like how you just asked, who were named and then showed up as a migrant and then like had 2 dwarves, which is also kind of fun when that happens. Yeah, the human who kept showing up, who was married to that necromancer who was like 70 years old or something, who kept showing up trying to steal my shit, but just got beat up every time and got more and more maimed as the fort went on. That dude was memorable. And then eventually showed up and killed, what was it, a giant, I think? Have I ever inherited Baron? Oh, absolutely, yeah. I've inherited barons, dukes, counts. I've inherited kings, queens. Like, after a polite discussion, your ruler has arrived. What? It's polite discussion with whomst? Why wasn't I involved? Yes, that's definitely happened. So, I have to gift 5 subs currently. You have that clip somewhere? Napalm has been possessed. And I may also need to make crutches now that I think about it. I think I only brought 1 crutch, so let's make just wooden crutch. And we'll just make 3, not a ton. Because does this have any crutches in it? No. And you need a crutch, so we'll get them a crutch. That'll happen momentarily. But yeah, this should be enough, so I'm blaming the lack of appraisal skill in the fort. One of your dwarves moved away from a fort and you're still waiting for him to reappear? Like, in this fort, in my world, or in your forts? I'm trying to remember who that dwarf was if it was in mine. Everybody gets a crutch? If you break a leg, yeah. Is there any benefit to making a guild hall value insanely over the top with artifacts? It makes more dwarves want to go there if it's public. It makes dwarves more like... Dwarves want to go to the higher value, like, socializing room, right? A lot of dwarves end up hanging out in libraries because books tend to be valuable. But dwarves want to hang out in the most valuable room that's a social space. Also, by the way, that's what, 26 subs? That's more subscriptions than I got yesterday. And yesterday was the highest view count I'd had in almost a month. So thank you. Gift subs make the world go round. Turns out. Napalm the Miner has created a hematite statue of Sodal plaint paint and offers it to the small farm. Whomst that be? Is that Dominok? Nope, that's basement fenced. That's 6 subs I need to gift. Somebody could bump it up to 7 if you gift 4. Just saying. And we've got 22 minutes left in this. And seriously, Max and Fett, thank you very much. Also, Claiborne chucked out one, which I didn't even see. So actually, you need to gift 3 to bump it up to 7. Because that brings us up to, what, 32? Yes. In total. Yes. Okay, well, that's 7. Now, I think we're up to. Thank you, Moose Moose. Appreciate you. All right, so you'll get a crutch, and that'll get you out of here. This, I can't worry about it anymore. This right here is going to get a meeting zone placed on it because this is going to become our Engravers Guild, but I'm going to wait until it's ready to go first. And this artifact was made right here. So a craft ship is of the highest quality. On the item is a masterfully designed image of Sodal paint the dwarf and dwarves in hematite by Napalm. Sodal is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf Sodal to the position of general of the work of Spray in 165. It is encircled with bands of hematite cabochons and cushioned shale cabochons and olive moss agate cabochons. On the item is an image of oval cut gems in hematite. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in copper. I think I'm going to put that into the Stoneworkers Guild because it's just fitting alongside of a statue of a dog because, you know. Purple dude in the fortress. They're undead, and I'm keeping them because they have a baby or a child. But, yeah, I have to be cautious with that person. Although I'm limiting the number of necromancers that can migrate because there's a lot of them in this world. I really need to, like, upgrade these querns to millstones, but the child is living, yes. None. This is the first mention of this. Max and Fit. Is pop like a slang term for a cigarette somewhere? Because I've never heard that before. No, it's not like, well, I'm pretty sure that child was born before the mother died. Because the undead cannot give birth to undead children. That's not how Dwarf Fortress works. Necromancers can give birth to children, but they're not technically undead. Undead necromancers can't give birth to children. I have, yes. But as far as I can tell, this is just an undead dwarf, not a necromancer. I'm not sure why they're purple. But they don't know the secrets of life and death. I've looked through the list of books that they've read. They've never read that book. So maybe they have resurrection powers, but jury's still out on that one. Nope. Literally nobody in the entire fort has appraisal. Glass half empty. I don't review fortresses anymore, California Ninja Warrior. Haven't done it in over a year, and I don't really have any intention of ever returning to that series. They just want to raise a family? Hardy, hardy, har. Does a slab count as a book? No. But it does count as knowledge. So if they have the knowledge, then it'll be in their history, but there is no Necronomicon knowledge in their history. So they might be a necromancer. I don't know. I haven't really tested it. But if I suddenly see zombies, I will presume it was that one. Every season, they'd order more querns. There was enough in the mausoleum that you placed a statue of a quern. so they could rest in peace. I once had a mayor that was obsessed with socks who was in my fort for about 40 years before he died of old age. And I had a pedestal in his bedroom that I just added socks to. And it was a stack, like I imagine it like a mound of the size of his bedroom. When he died, we sold all of the socks. It was wonderful. Appraisal, yeah, no. I mean, I'll show you guys how to game appraisal leveling in a minute. Or whenever we hit fall and the dwarves show up to trade. Mayors who love anvils are great. Not if you have no iron. Like, I completely disagree with that. I'm not gonna lie, that's a pretty dope color for a statue. The super deep red. This is going to be a very, very necro world. That's not quite how the behind-the-scenes simulation works. I don't think so. That one fortress, yes. This faction, yes. World, I kind of wish sometimes that the simulation worked that way, because it would be fun. But it really doesn't, generally, end up actually working that way. Let's just go up. Do it one way. So, spoilers. Items that are traded by caravans in fort mode kind of cease to exist. So I doubt that anything is actually going to make it to the rest of the faction. I mean, it can, because there's already a lot of necromancers in the faction. But that doesn't mean that the entire faction is now just automatically doomed to be a necromancer thing. I'm still automatically typing in COG chat. Also, it's time to set up repeating jobs for drinks. Except let's make 30. Okay. That's a neat statue in general. I haven't seen a ton of new sprites. Statue about the founding. Well, I mean, statues have had various sprite variety shaku for a while now. And the various sprite variety is like massively increased. I just heard I heard something that just sounded like a boat horn, and I do not live on the coast. Am I about to get hit by a tidal wave? The sprite variety went up pretty dramatically quite recently, so. Yeah, I use bridges for scaffolds when I'm doing any kind of scaffolding in Dwarf Fort. Literally any kind of scaffolding. Scaffolding? Questionable wording by me there. Yes. Well, in adventure mode? Yeah. No, I mean, if you have querns, certainly. If you have querns or blank scrolls, you can absolutely transcribe knowledge that you've learned into a book. And you can spread it around. I wonder if you can give sermons on the secrets of life and death. I kind of doubt it. But it wouldn't surprise me if you could. Okay, so this is going to be a Engraver's Guild. Again, yeah, we don't... Okay, so this one is established. Because it says next at 30,000. So this is established. How about this one? This one's also established. It's high enough value, it's just not telling me the accurate value. That's bizarre. Like 50 dwarves becoming a necromancer in one go. Yeah, I don't think you can, but I wonder how hard that would be to mod. Because you can teach people, like, skills by giving sermons about said thing. Content after eating a fine dish. That's the way we like to see it. Who's pissed? Zuntir is pissed. Why are you pissed? He's dwelling upon wearing old clothing. He's also coated in sweat and crying. Are you... Okay, terrified while in conflict. What are you in conflict with? Is it a giant ohm? Ah! Got it. Great. I'm gonna send the squads down here and see what they are capable of doing. Well, you're gonna go sleep. How's the other one gonna do? You're also sleeping. Okay, well, great. Olm also appears to be terrified. I mean, it's like seeing a bear. The bear's more scared of you than you are of bear. Also, maybe if I'm quick, I can go weapons, iron, short sword, weapons, iron, short sword. Let's see if I can get this done quickly. Although I may not actually have any charcoal, so I may have to make charcoal first. Maybe I do have charcoal. Maybe I don't. I don't know. We'll see what they make first. Maybe he'll make charcoal in time. So he'll go get iron first, and then the job... Oh, no, he's going to go get charcoal. Okay, so we do have charcoal. Sweet. Phew. How's the fort going? It's getting there. Talking about dwarfy things and slowly working on the fort. Okay, you're just going to go station then. That's fine. Let's see how this works out for you there, dwarf. Oh, I see. They're actually not set to even have an equipment. Let's see if you can go beat the shit. Now he's gonna go pick up equipment. Guild Hall, the Hall of Steel being ignored. That's for engraving. It's not ignored now, but that saying is accurate. Bears being aggressive, the vast majority of time, doesn't mean bear wants to kill you. Bears being aggressive means they think you're a threat, which means they're scared of you. At least when it comes to, like, black bears, which is all of my experience with bears. When it comes to, like, grizzlies or polar bears or anything bigger, then those rules change very quickly and very dramatically. There we go. Critter is dead. Fun is when making a friend. Did you just make a friend in the midst of conflict? Wait, no, you don't have any friends. Okay. So we do have 8 minutes left on this. That brings me, I think I was either at 7 or 8. I'll do a total count when we hit noon. But probably brings me up to 9. Remember, if somebody gifts 3, that'll add 1 because there's been 2 individuals gifted. Thank you very much, Evento, for the 10 back. Massive thank you. Seriously. And there's a giant mole up here. Let's go kill that. Now there isn't a giant mole up here. Ah! And I'm going to go to here, and I'm going to make a bridge. And I'm going to make it out of the wood that's right here as soon as this is done. $47 gift subs. I don't think it's quite 47, is it? Hold on, let me count. Okay, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 45. No, you're right. It's actually 45, 46, 47. Yes, 47 total. So, yeah, almost 10. Yeah, I'm at 8 currently. Or no, 9. That's how math works. Worst thing you find is that soldiers still get traumatized after killing dozens of sentients already? How do you think real-life soldiers feel? Do you think it gets easier? There is a point with dwarves where it gets easier, where it says that they're a hardened individual. There's a significantly lower chance that they'll continue to get traumatized, but it doesn't mean they won't. They will still get traumatized. I'll just wait until this lower one is done. Can you leave animals outside the winter? If they're grazers, yes. Like, simply put, requirements for grazers are very, very, very simplistic. They just need a number of tiles that are outside. This is, while beating enemies to death, this is fun. We should do it again sometime. This could be the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Oh, God. So this is a distressing sentence to read out loud. I'm disturbed by this. And we'll go all the way to the end here. And slowly work our way up. This one right here can move up a layer. Right there. Right there. And then this bridge just needs to be put together out of these blocks. Or logs, rather. Last of the areas that I haven't done yet can be filled out here. I can begin working on this one. Yes, if they have grazable vegetation. But like if you're on a mountain biome, they'll die. Or if you're on a desert biome, they'll die because there's nothing for them to eat. So as long as there's things for them to eat on the layer that you're on, then yes, you can leave them out in the winter. It's not a length of time, it's amount of noise, Cramp. Noise is generated by mining, and noise is generated by chopping down trees. Noise is also supposed to be generated by crafting stuff, but it's not currently. That is disabled because it's too broken and makes all dwarves never sleep well and they get really angry and destroys game balance. But might happen again at some point. But currently in the game, noise is generated by basically digging in the caverns. So if you are actively like removing wall pieces, constructing stuff, chopping down trees, mining, that sort of thing, that's what aggravates them. And then eventually population. I think it's when you hit like 80 population, is what causes like proximity awareness, which is what the goblins are triggered by. That also apparently has some impact on that. Basically, it's the same as like Untamed Wilds with the caves. So if you are on the surface in Untamed Wilds and not chopping down trees and not digging, you won't get agitated wildlife. If you start chopping down trees and digging, you'll start getting agitated wildlife. And that's kind of the same for caverns. As long as you're not like harvesting resources, you're fine for the most part. Don't dig as a dwarf? I mean, the question isn't, should I dig? The question is, what causes the cavern invaders to attack? Was the question. You shouldn't pick teams of psychos. You should look for dwarves. Because here's the problem. If you go full psychos with your military, like dwarves that are sometimes cruel and start fights, that's going to lead to brawls in your fortress randomly. They will like start fighting dwarves randomly. And so you don't really want the evilest dwarves, because it's a question from YouTube chat basically saying, should I pick a group of psychos? If you have dwarves that start fights for no reason, that that handle stress well, that are strong, that are often cruel, like the really, really mean traits that dwarves can have, they're probably not a good match for the military, because they go hang out in your tavern for 10 minutes, have 4 beers, and then 3 people's heads are missing. See the problem? So what you might want is you just want dwarves that can handle stress, that enjoy the process of training. Because they will get PTSD, and they will get upset. But you want dwarves that are stable that can do that. Otherwise, you will have issues. Okay, so I'm going to need more bedrooms. I need to expand this hospital. And by that, I mean I need to just put some traction benches in. I'm just going to plunk some more beds in just so that it looks even. And this is our dorm, which I'm currently not really using. And I'm going to put a bedroom right here. And a row of bedrooms right here. Okay, so that's bedroom, 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 bedroom. All right, chat, so it's 12:02. So that was 47 gifted subs, meaning I have to gift 9. But you know what? Might as well just gift the extra. Thank you, chat. Greatly appreciate you. Means a lot. I don't often do things like that, but sometimes I look at the amount of revenue I've made in the first few hours of a stream and go, all right, well, I guess it's worth the tax deduction. When today was one of those days. So appreciate you guys. Thanks for helping me do what I do. All right, so let's go into this. You decide military dwarves based on their health tabs. If they tire easily or something, you won't make them into the military, but I was wondering if they can overcome the trait with health training. Yeah, no, I mean, like, dwarves can gain strength. They can't train endurance, I don't think. But they can get strong and whatnot. Now, the thing that you need to remember about dwarves is just because a dwarf is bad for the military, like, they won't survive combat, doesn't mean they don't want to train. Dwarves really like practicing mixed martial arts, and that's probably just important to remember in general about dwarves. So keep that in mind while you are, like, selecting who's going to train, because I will often just make wrestler squads of dwarves that, on paper, would suck in the military. For two reasons. They're more likely to survive the random encounter with some random were creature that they see, or they're more likely to survive the random encounter with the cave crawler in the caverns. They're more likely to dodge out of the way of getting bit by that were creature, which I mentioned initially, and they're also, like, more likely to not die in tavern brawls because they can get out of the way if they're a bad fit for the military. Because a lot of dwarves just want martial training, and if you have a random dwarf that wants martial training, they will be significantly happier if you just have a squad of rotating dwarves who, yeah, they'd suck in the military, but what's wrong with, like, you know, teaching them to jump out of the way? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, naturally it helps train the tavern brawlers. But here's the thing. In a tavern brawl, what you want to have happen is you want to have one of two things happen. You want the one who started the brawl to get the shit kicked out of them and taken to hospital. Why is it still, like, repeating that? It should only have popped it up one. Anyway, maybe it just, like, short-circuited because it was me. But if you have a tavern brawl, you want one of two things to happen. You want the one who started the tavern brawl to die immediately and the tavern brawl to stop. Or you want the one who started the tavern brawl to get maimed and knocked over and tavern brawl stops. You don't want it to accelerate and, like, become a bigger deal than it needs to be. At least from my perspective, if I see a tavern brawl starting, I want it to end quickly. And the easiest way to make a tavern brawl end quickly is to either kill the guy who started it, which sucks, but, you know, sometimes you got to break some dwarves' skulls to stop a fight. Or you want it to, you know, go in a direction that's beneficial to you, which is, if there's a problem dwarf in there, you want the problem dwarf to die. Trying to figure out a corner. I think we can do it that way. Let's see, did I do this correctly? One. Done. Nice. And then I'll have it hook in this way as we go around. I'm really liking the way these bedrooms are looking. Like, they're a bit gritty for me, but as long as I keep it slightly off-grid, I think they'll end up looking awesome. And I realize that it's very brown right now, but as I get deeper and find different types of stone, I think I'm going to try and pave this with different colors. So right now it's just like, you know, just brown floors and brown walls. But if I could get, like, microcline streets or, like, any other material, pretty much, I think this could actually end up looking really cool. The only difference between an artifact bone spear and a bone spear is an artifact bone spear has slightly better aim. I mean, like, a dwarf can totally kill something with a bone spear, but you ain't getting through armor with that thing, which is the problem. That's the actual issue, is that you're not getting through armor with it. Yellow brick road the shit out of the fort. Exactly. Exactly. Getty. You are playing a different game than the rest of us. You know that none of that stuff is as optimal as just, like, telling the dwarves to train, right? Like, that stuff was nerfed into oblivion. Like, yeah, sure, it can be fun. Like, think about it this way. Coin shotgun rooms or wooden minecart rooms are significantly less effective than literally just telling your dwarves to train. Don't they only gain armor skill from combat and getting hit? They gain armor skill from training. Yeah, exactly. So, like, as an example, what Getty Getty likes doing is sort of like how I enjoy defending my fortress with... Oops, I forgot to put doors in these. It's sort of like how I enjoy defending my fortress with... Oh, no, I did. Damn it, I just didn't see it. With minecart shotguns. Is it optimal? Fuck no. Is it fun? Yes. But just remember to state that, because I've had dozens of people, maybe hundreds over the years, tell me in my YouTube comments section that no, I shouldn't be teaching people to just use barracks because, like, danger rooms are better. They're not. They're significantly less effective. And, like, objectively worse in every way and harder to micromanage. But if you think it's more entertaining, then go nuts. Like, the only thing you're hurting is your own dwarves, so enjoy the video game, I suppose. It's been the worst strat since 2013? Maybe 2014? It might be actually 2014. But you want to train your doctors? Put beehives in your tavern. Don't make a danger room. Just put beehives in your tavern. Doesn't give the dwarves a negative thought. And you will have a legendary diagnoser very quick. And a legendary stitches dwarf. Or rather, not diagnoser. It's diagnosing and doctoring skill and sometimes surgery, but they don't ever actually have to do stitches. And it's very fast, doesn't give anybody a negative thought. The problem with danger rooms is they do give negative thoughts. Because causing actual grievous wounds is a problem. My favorite is just dwarven weight loss, where you put a dwarf into a minecart, run them under lava, out of the lava, into water, out of the water, and then they're lighter and are more agile because they have less fat on them because it just melted the fat out of their body. That's my favorite stupid dwarf trick. I have a video about it. If you set dwarves on fire for it's 50 ticks or something, it doesn't actually kill them. And because the melting point of fat is, for temperature, is lower than the burning point of skin, they can be in fire and lose all of their body fat without actually combusting. Or gaining any actual injury. Let me just find this. I think I just called it Dwarven Weight Loss Program. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Blah, blah, blah. It's me speaking. It's really gross. It really, really is. Why do I still have... It's this. I mean, this is what it ends up looking like by the end of it. Basically, it's like this kind of thing. You go down through out, down through up. So they go like here, dwarf jumps in, catches fire, dumps the lava out here, and then they stop being on fire, and then they run around and bleed for a little bit, and then it stops, and then they go back to being normal. And they usually clean up their own blood. Yeah, you think it's crazy in real life, EXE. You think it's crazy in real life. The only real problem is you have to be kind of careful that because it can cause some burning, right? But you have to be careful that they don't go in right as another dwarf is standing in the same tile, because it can cause other dwarves to dodge into the lava. So you have to be kind of careful about where you put it and how you set it up. But yeah, it does work. Yep, and then they just go clean them with soap and the burns heal, because that's how Dwarf Fortress works. I mean, I feel like doctors would actually hate that one trick to lose weight. May cause slight burning feeling in the back of your mouth. Can get chemical burns from some medicines? That's terrifying. I'm in an ad break. Pause the game. I didn't patent it. Here's the thing. If I patent it, person in YouTube chat that I can't read the name of because it's not in an alphabet I can pronounce, if I patented that, then it would be me who wrote it into the wiki. I didn't. What are the benefits of a fatless dwarf? Higher agility-based stats. Believe it or not, an overweight dwarf, while they can take more damage, have lower agility. No problem, mate. Enjoy the sub. Thanks for watching the stream. Wow, you've lurked for a really long time, and that's the first time you spoke. So, thanks for speaking. Appreciate you. Most medicine is just poison backed off a little. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, that's medicine's a fun topic, and I'm not equipped to talk about. Where's Dr. Soaps when I need him? One of my longtime viewers is a heart surgeon, so where's Dr. Soaps when I need him? He can talk about the med stuff in a way that sounds like he knows what he's talking about. I just sound like a bumbling idiot. All I know is that antidepressants make my brain go burr. And me no likey. People IRL have taken nitrophenol to lose weight, which converts 1/3 of your entire body energy budget to heat. That's like some Caves of Cud shit. I don't like that at all. That's not good. Nothing about that is good. Fuck everything about that. Telenartha wants me to give a sub to Ratleek. Or Ratelick. Ratelick, if I'm not saying your name horribly incorrectly, what kind of dwarf would you like? I'll sort by happiest. You could just pick one off the list if you want. One that isn't named. Otherwise, we can just select for you. Or you could just say beard or no beard, dealer's choice. Old chemistry adage, the dose makes the poison. I have heard that. All right, Telenartha, what kind of dwarf do you think we should give them? That's because Telenartha literally just redeemed it seconds ago. For their amusing descriptions. I mean, here's the thing. Large and obese dwarves are not a bad thing. It's just if you want to, say, have a militia squad that's just unarmed dwarves with shields, you want them to be real good at dodging. Like, no actual sharp weapons and no armor. You want them to be really good at dodging. But, like, you know, a spear squad, like, in full steel gear with adamantine spears, yeah, they can be morbidly obese and they'll be fine. They can take the hits. You do the miner? The miner. This one? The doctor or this one? Oh, id, I see. I read that as I'd. Let's see, did I spell that correct? Yes, I did. Ratelick. You're on your phone? You've been checking for the last hour or so, though? I mean, no, it was literally used 2 minutes ago. And it's up every 45. She enjoys being in crowds and very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. She is stubborn, and she has an active sense of humor. Grateful when others help her out, and tries to return favors. Can handle stress and occasionally overindulges. When she's thinking, her body becomes very still. She shakes her finger when she's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day. If you pester a tier 2 subscriber, they could nominate you for a dwarf, Drosta. But yeah, it's hard to get it on phones. She personally greatly prizes loyalty and likes Sultan Spar, nickel, silver, and pipe opal, ocelot leather, leggings and crowns, and cows for their hunting moves. and nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature. And when possible, prefers to consume pond grabber, guppy, and purple amaranth beer, rye flour, and absolutely hates large roaches. She has a very broad chin, and her somewhat broad ears have great swinging lobes. Her very long hair is neatly combed. Her amethyst eyes are round, and her hair is charcoal, and her skin is brown. Welcome to the fort. You do have several... Oh, she's one of the starting 7. Has kindred spirits, and some migrants have arrived. I should go keep an eye on those. See, wrong button. This is the right button. Okay, so I am going to maintain that I'm still just going to expel necromancers, because I just don't want... So instead I'll just take the stressed non-necromancers. Well, at least you're a legendary farmer. That's useful. Legendary planter, hey? Humiliated after being confined. You were in prison? Oh, boy. Interested being near a fine restraint. Uh-huh. Fancy Drothlabone amulet. That's not a new migrant. It's just somebody who's out here. Well, you'll be fine. Because it's cool. Be careful with it, though, and be specific about who you do it to. So if you do it wrong, you may just, like, set them on fire. It is a very old, like, Dwarf Fort strat. Next Chan, plenty Necrofort? That was the last one, though. Like, 40% of the population was Necromancers by the end of it, Caesardes. No, I think the next fort is probably going to be my Halloween special, which is going to be, I'm just not allowed to memorialize anybody. And we'll do it, like, on a really hard biome embark. So, like, somewhere where it rains blood or something. Or actually, maybe I'll do it on, where is it? I think it's either this one or this one. One of these two are a terrifying area. Might be the Hills of Turmoil, actually. But it could also be the Sad Hills. Anyway, there's an area that's full of undead ogres. Where I just don't memorialize anybody and we fall into zombies eventually. Or fall into ghosts, basically. Are you getting attacked by things mounted on or alternatively agitated giant chinchillas? Because I died to a vile force of adorable. Hey, look, it's a devilish potato. I have to give you woodcutting. Although your husband is here, who happens to be a necromancer. And you're haggard. Well, sticking to it. Sorry, devilish. On how to find hidden fun stuff? Dig down until you see a full screen pop-up and dig into the full screen pop-up that's referenced when you find the full screen pop-up. It's pretty easy. I mean, here's the thing. I'm kind of not against is the wrong word. Perplexed by the frequent resistance that the Dwarf Fortress player base has to the hidden fun stuff. Like, if you've read Lord of the Rings and the Fellowship of the Ring, you know how the story ends. I don't get why it's such a widely protected secret. Like, yes, there was an era of Dwarf Fortress where you could, you know, get banned from the forums for saying what's down there. But, like, I feel like we should be in an era now where we can all agree that that's kind of dumb. Maybe we're obviously not, because people are still weird about it. But I don't get it. No, but my god, that would be funny if they did. In regards to, like, getting rolled off of a giant chinchilla, that would be amazing. Okay, how many more bedrooms do I need? Not that many. I'm also going to jump down here. Check this. You're just building this, aren't you? Which means I can probably just queue this up. After you clean this blood up. Good on you there, Dwarf. You like that some stuff is not easily Googleable? I like that if you land on the wiki pages for the spoiler things, it just gives you a, hey, this is like endgame stuff. What bothers me is not everybody wants that. So to give you an idea, I've streamed this game consistently now for, Jesus fuck, how many years? Fuck me, 7 years? Hold on, let me actually double check that. Is that correct? Let me double check that. Six years is how long I've streamed this game consistently. So one of the most common things I've seen, especially in the old days when the spoilers were even harder to find. Yeah, that would hurt. That's not the point. Hold on, I'm hearing a chainsaw. Wasn't a chainsaw, it was a leaf blower, but I just had to close the door because it was loud. It sounded like a chainsaw. Famous last words. One of the most common pieces of feedback I heard from new players was, I stopped playing Dwarf Fortress the first time I dug too deep. And I heard that a lot. Because at the time it was bloody impossible to actually figure out what the endgame shit was in Dwarf Fort. And I know that for some people, you want stuff to be a surprise, right? And a lot of people like that. I think some people don't. So it's skirting this kind of weird middle ground where it's like, okay, do you want to know how to find? Do you want direct instructions? Do you want to know what's going to happen? Or do you not want to know and you're asking because you want to get wrecked yourself, you know? And that's just kind of a difficult middle ground, I guess, to balance. That's all. It's fun every time, though. Yeah, but like, I think some people build one fort in the game and then never really intend to build a second, right? And I think that that's also a pretty common playstyle that we need to account for. And those people are generally the wiki delvers. But also are the people that will never play the game again if their fort dies in a way they didn't like. I think I just heard a spider run across my apartment. Hold on, just one second. Yep. Yes, I did. It's okay, though. Heard a spider. Yes. Spider carrying a chainsaw. Now the chainsaw's outside. The door is closed now, so it's not as loud. No, so we have these spiders called wolf spiders. They're like these little, they're cave spiders. They live in caves, not giant cave spiders, don't worry. But they are like the sort of things that try to get into cellars or like indoor areas. And it's hibernation season, so it's the time of year where they're like trying to get inside. Because it's getting cold outside. There's a giant froggy on this. And that's totally fine. I don't mind them. The issue is they're very large. Gangly motherfuckers. They're like maybe the size of the palm of your hand. And they're big enough that you can hear like a tap, 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 when they're running around on a hardwood floor. They're great. I did not hear it avoid a trap. No, I do not have a spider trap. I'm totally fine with wolf spiders living in my apartment. I think I usually have maybe a dozen of them in here. I don't like it when I can see them or when they touch me. Fortunately, they're delicate enough that if they touch me, they just fly to pieces, so it's fine. But if they're running around in my kitchen, I usually try to jar them and put them outside. You cringe at that description of spider footsteps? I mean, they're fine. They're extremely harmless. Like, they can't hurt you. I mean, you don't really want to get bit by one, but the only way you'll get bit by one is if you crush it with, like, a bare hand or something. I refuse to believe that they're the fastest spiders on Earth. I feel like jumping spiders probably jump faster, but... No, I love spiders. Spiders are great. Like, the only spiders I have issues with are spiders that can actively do damage to me, and creepy looking spiders that can't do damage to me are just spiders. Like, I don't know. I like spiders. Spiders are cool. Spiders are bros. The thing is, like, I know for a fact that there are bugs in my apartment that I don't want in my apartment, so I'm totally fine with having the occasional spider around to just, like, fuck them up. Fuck them up, fam. This dwarf wants Marshall. This dwarf wants a lot. I don't know. You like performing? Okay, so Zuntier, I'm just going to make you into a performer. See how this goes. See if we can happyify you a little bit. We do have dwarves singing, though. Sodel's singing. The worst part is spitting them out in the morning after they hit in your mouth. You know that's a myth, right? Like, that's not true. That doesn't really happen. Like, yes, there are bugs that try to get inside human, but spiders aren't one of them. You put spider bait in your mouth every night before bed. Spiders are not that stupid. That's the thing. Like, spiders are pretty dumb. Don't get me wrong. But they're not stupid enough to willingly climb into the jaws of something that would eat them. People still think it's true because people repeat it like it's fact to scare people who are scared of spiders, because spiders are a natural phobia, which is fine because we are genetically programmed to be afraid of things that could kill us. And there are places in the world where spiders can kill you. Same with there are places in the world where snakes can kill you, which is why we are naturally scared of them. Which is also why in like John Carpenter movies, when creatures come out of somebody's mouth, spider legs come out first, right? And why that head had spider legs. Well, okay, so we've always had black widows in BC in high elevation and hot areas. We have not had them in Fraser Valley until, like, kind of recently. But also, black widows are not what they're all cocked up to be. Like, yeah, you should go get medical attention if you get bit by a black widow. Yes, you should. But I'm gonna do a Google search, which may be wrong, so don't trust Google. How many people have died from black widow bites this year? 2,200 people are bitten by black widow spiders in the US each year. 0 of these recorded bites in the last century have resulted in fatalities. Thanks, internet. So, you know. Brown recluse can fuck you up. You do not want to be bit by a brown recluse, but black widows ain't what they all cocked up to be. You arrived pretty late. What's your reason for building large rooms rather than digging them out? Higher value and look better? I don't want to look at an ugly gray blob. I'd rather look at a less ugly brown blob. Also more fun, more jobs, more crafting gets to be done in between. It's a more entertaining, interesting process in general. That's mainly it. But if you watch my streams, you'll see that I almost never dig out rooms. Almost never. Sometimes in some rare cases I will, but it's pretty rare. Jumping spiders are adorable, I agree. Also, sorry for everybody in the chat room right now who's scared of spiders. It's a good thing we have so many couples in this fort. Also, yeah, constructed bedrooms are by default more valuable. So, like, a smoothed engraved stone floor will always be a lower value than a constructed engraved room. You know, Belly Television, you need to realize the reason I don't read sci-fi is the same reason I don't read fantasy, is the same reason I don't read any fiction. It's because I get 60 hours of fiction a week in video games that I do for my job. When I'm not working, the last thing I want is fantasy. I just want to go talk to humans in person. I want to sit in public spaces. I want to not have to work for my entertainment, which reading is kind of a lot of work for me because my eyes suck. So it's like... yeah. Have I ever built a fort IRL? I've built snow forts, pillow forts, cardboard box forts. I think that's it. Chad, have you ever built a fort in real? Okay, so this can be deconstructed now. That's done right there. This goes 2 levels up, so I can also construct the next level up, but I don't want to actually build this level until this one's done, so things don't collapse. Can just queue these up. No, I can't. Yeah, I'm just going to do this with block constructions because it'll just be easier this way. Rather than building separate bridges for each side. All of us have dug too deep at some point. As if you mean in the format of like the Sum 41 lyric, or no, is it? Who wrote that song? Is it Sum 41? Yes. In Too Deep. If you mean in that kind of format of digging too deep, then yes, I think most of us have dug too deep figuratively at some point. Because instead I'm going under. Well, it's not fun, 1 FPS. It's almost always fixable and almost always player error, not cats caused, but player error in regards to lava. I mean, frame rate, rather. I said lava out loud because I need to do things with lava right now. Let's do iron quarks and iron pipe. And I'm going to go here and type in charcoal. I have 1 charcoal. Okay, so let's do 25 charcoal. And let's check bars. Got 10 iron bars. Meaning you're going to need to smelt some of this stuff. So let's do... We'll just do 5. That should be plenty. It sounds like what you needed to do, and this probably would have fixed it almost instantly, holy garbage. Labor, standing orders, no automatic web collection. Then press T and scroll down until you see the collect webs job and pause it. That almost always fixes that. The other situation that could be causing that, and actually I do want automatic web collection, so I can't remember if I actually accidentally clicked it, would be cavern creatures running into your fortress. So it's one of the two. So likely cavern creatures then. At which point, I would just DF hack, exterminate them. Or try turning a burrow on. The last fort that I was running, there was a item that was in the caverns that would cause the frame rate to drop if I opened up the caverns. So what I started doing was, instead of just opening up the caverns, I started just leaving the burrow on and expanding it slowly, which also worked. Let's make 200 rock pots. But yeah, I don't know. Sometimes the lag is a mystery, but it's almost always fixable. It won't destroy your frame rate, but it will locked and sit at 0 for like 90 seconds, Squilliam. Dwarves don't like to see elves, like, corpses. Period. It doesn't matter that dwarves don't like to see corpses of elves and humans that they are at war with. They don't like to see corpses. Like, they don't like to see a dead anything. It doesn't matter what it is. They just don't like to see it. At all. Ever. No, you don't. Stop doing that. And people should stop telling people to do that, Nibri. Yeah, I mean, like, to give you an idea, on older versions of the game, I've done stuff like that where you cave in large chunks of things and whatnot. Why are you in hospital? Oh, you got into a fight with a cave crocodile. Well, I guess that... Hold on. Probably answers that question. That is not a necromancer, because otherwise they would have resurrected the cave crocodile, most likely. Oh, that's good news. I mean, if you want to, you can, but you don't need to have a custom labor for every dwarf. If you have a custom labor for every dwarf and your fort stops functioning for some reason, it's probably also because you have a custom labor for every dwarf. because you don't need to do that. The game is designed that in a way that you don't need to do that. And it is for the best. Also, Laya, it's good to see you. How you doing, dude? How's things? Dead cattle is as bad as dead humanoids? Just about, yeah. Like, I had a fort collapse once, Porcelet, because there was a dead cat that I couldn't see because it was underneath an object. Granted, this was back when the game was ASCII, so it was like a lowercase c, but it had a cat die, and it was underneath an item. And so I never saw it. And I couldn't figure out why my dwarves were all going insane until I finally found this fucking cat, which must have died in like the first week of the fort. And I couldn't solve the tantrum problems. Also, version 47 was a lot harder when it comes to stress when that version first came out, for a multitude of reasons. Like, stress was significantly more impactful. And a lot of things have been nerfed in stress since then, such as like stress from rain and whatnot. Like PTSD memes came from something, PTSD after getting rained on memes came into Dwarf Fortress for a reason. Like, they're not really a huge concern now. It used to be a, like, literally they get rained on once their life ends levels of bad, to the point where the community like refused to believe me that it was possible to make dwarves live outside, that I built a fort where we picked and found the rainiest place in the entire world and settled there and built an above ground fort, and it was largely fine. Yeah. 44.12 is one of the worst versions of stress. I don't think it was the worst, but yeah, one of. I won't disagree with that. So it certainly wasn't easy to manage. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I will put this here. I think what I'll do is I'll cut this out and then cut this out. Like, 44.12 was the last era of Dwarf Fortress where tantrum spirals proper still existed, which thankfully are a non-concern now. Are we making rock blocks? May have just finished all those jobs. Nope, I just don't have enough of those jobs running. Based reaction, to be fair. I mean, the thing that I like to remind people about stress in Dwarf Fortress is you need to remember how time works. At 70 FPS, a day is like 20 seconds. Not even. So if a dwarf is outside fishing for like 90 days or 25 days with no food, no drink, and they're getting rained on the entirety of that time, you'd have fucking gangrene. Like, that would suck. Nobody wants that. I can kind of sympathize with these dwarves for in that way. I'm going to unpause the game and go use the toilet. I will be right back. I think this is going to be a really cool fort to watch as the population scales. In City Sims? Yeah, no, time is weird. I mean, it's less weird in adventure mode. But yes, time is definitely weird in Fortress mode for sure. Actual whole IRL day to tick. I mean, adventure mode takes a really fucking long time when you're walking, but that's not uncommon in a lot of Sims. There's lots of games that are locked to real world time. Just go outside, lol. There's also that. There's also like some MMOs from history that when you go outside or when you log in at night, it's nighttime. When you log in during the day, it's daytime, stuff like that. I'm blocking off caverns. You build walls from floor to ceiling on the edge of caverns and stuff can't spawn. It's pretty simple. But don't dig too much and don't chop down trees unless creatures will appear. Which is why I've only chopped down the trees that I've needed to chop down in order to get through the caverns. Because that's what attracts the creatures. I'm not going to fully seal them off, though. I'm going to still leave it possible that Forgotten Beasts can appear. Because I want them to do that. WoW did that back in the day? WoW stopped doing that? Really? EverQuest was a 6-minute hour with 72-minute days and a 6-second server ticks. Huh. Did, because, one sock, two sock, for clarity here. You cannot build right next to the edge of the map on the surface. You can in the caverns. So basically, you just don't build right next to the edge of the map on the surface because you can't. Doesn't do anything. But you can do that in the caverns. Also, I just wanted to say real quick, thank you to the 128 of you watching on YouTube. Don't forget to like the stream. I really am kind of blown away with the increase in YouTube viewership on the streams since the basically, I guess, Godly Tombs video, right? So thank you. Like, it's been kind of crazy. I know I don't talk to you guys as much, but thanks for watching. But I do have a favor to ask. And this is hey, I have a captive audience of 130 on YouTube and 225 here on Twitch. Could we boost a short that I uploaded this morning, please? That'd be cool. Be cool if we could do that. I have a short that was released this morning that the Suited Giraffe made, and it just needs, some likes and a loop and a half. Like, it's 8 seconds long. Just let it run for like 12 and we good. Because it released this morning and YouTube doesn't like it. So, help it get a bump. That'd be cool. Weather APIs are so unstable that it's nuts to keep up to date with. What? Oh, like for like real world? I get it. I mean, there's plenty of persistent world games that are capable of doing that stuff, and I don't think it needs to match real world weather, but that's just me. Kyrie, hello. How are you? Found this stream via YouTube, came over here because you had written you prioritize Twitch. I read Twitch chat more. Because Twitch chat generally has the bigger audience. And Twitch chat pays my bills. YouTube promotes the Twitch chat, which makes the Twitch chat bigger. So it's a cycle that does support one another, but to a point. All right, I guess I'm out of bags. How much cloth do I actually have right now? Not actually that much. Okay, so what I need is a bunch of looms. That's what I need. I'm just gonna make 3 looms, I think. And you... are gonna make silk bags. Let's just do this. Silk bag. Why did it lead me to the wrong menu? It's odd. There we go. Okay, let's get rid of this. Unless I somehow actually managed to click the wrong one. Anyway. That short made you chuckle? I mean, shoutouts to Suited Giraffe who made it. It's funny, if there's two kinds of shorts that get uploaded to my YouTube channel. There's the ones that I did and the ones that Suited did. The ones Suited did have effort and like good editing behind them, and then there's the ones that I did. And it's kind of a crapshoot which ones perform better, but Vine was exceptionally ahead of its time, and it's hysterical that Twitter right now is trying to become TikTok because Twitter bought Vine and then shut it down. And I just think it's really funny. That's all I have to say. I just think it's really... There's decades of irony that will puzzle scholars for eons to come about Twitter and Vine. Tank your company? Holy garbage? Invest in AI and nobody cares? What's the Microsoft strategy? Or bully everybody else out of the market and buy them? A few older Zoomers, though. Yeah, true. Although all the people I knew that were using Vine were all millennials. Even Elon still calls it Twitter? What? I have a hard time believing that. He's so dedicated to not calling it Twitter. How could he still call it Twitter? Oh, that's a link. Hold on. Oh, yeah, I've heard about this. Yeah, I know what this is. You know, adopt, extend, extinguish is the exact same strategy you use in Civilization games. Expand, exploit, exterminate, but like less video gamey. And more just corporate freaks. But you know. Okay, so how is our most upsettest dwarfstists? How are you doing? Not thrilled. Want to acquire something. You've been away from family. You want to practice martial art. All right, fuck it. You're going to join this squad. And I'm going to make a tiny little barracks right here. I'm just going to get you guys training. After you're done making a batch of charcoal there, Dwarf. Meme about VPN companies in Brazil getting bankrolled when Brazil blocked Twitter. Oh. Okay. Not to be rude to Elon, but I really have a hard time caring about anything Elon does. He's just kind of like, you know, a bit of a grifter. Well, that's me being charitable. Not that he needs charity. Last time you logged into Facebook was to mark yourself from dating to married, and it had been like 10 years before that. Last time I logged into Facebook, I deleted my Facebook. So, also, I have a straight chick running around. Where'd you come from? Last migrant wave, I presume? I also have a trained giant olm. I think I'm going... Chad, should I try and tame giant olms What do you think? I think I'm just going to butcher it. I'll keep the Drothla, but... Can you get War Olms? Nope. No, you can't. They're not war trainable. I'll keep the Drothlas, though. Because they're large and they give lots of leather. All right, well, we need to trade. Where did I put that trading depot? Did I ever rebuild it? No, I fucking didn't. What the hell is wrong with me? Keep deleting my trading depot and then not making a new one. Oh, never mind. It's right here. I don't have any damaged clothing. I can bring these. Actually, I could just sell it. It's probably kind of heavy. Why don't we do that? Let's sell them the trained giant Olm instead. Oh, actually, it's already marked as ready for slaughter. I think I have to go to cages. Unmark this. Unmark that. Go back to cages. And sell it. Are chained wild animals a viable option for fort defense? Non-war animals are a terrible option for fort defense. So non-war animals, so things that are not listed as, you know, war whatever, is a bad option for fort defense. Animals or war animals on their own, regardless of what they are, with the exception of maybe dragons, are a bad option for fort defense. And not cave dragons. Cave dragons are about the same as a giant grizzly. Maybe worse than a giant grizzly. I think animals are bad fort defense. Just kind of period. What you can do, however, is if, like Vukruk said, watch animals are super useful. Absolutely. What I would recommend doing, if you want to use animals as fort defense, get like a angry predator or something that's agitated and put like 100 of them into one cage. Connect that cage, or like 20 of them into one cage. Connect that cage to a lever and wait until the enemies are right on top of them and then pull the fucking lever. But it will also like cause a really big mess to clean up, so maybe dump lava on it afterwards. Yeah, I mean, using webs can be viable as a form of fort defense, but do keep in mind that if you're using webs as a form of fort defense, you may also want to, you know, make sure your dwarves don't get caught in the webs because they can backfire on you almost as heavily as they benefit you. Yeah, I don't really have a ton of valuable items to sell right now, so I think we'll go with the few little items that we just tossed in there. I could throw a bunch of gems. Admittedly, the gems aren't super valuable. What I should really start doing actually is go down to this and go encrust furniture with cut gems and encrust finished goods with cut gems. And also cutting gems. Not much. Try and tell yourself. You're breeding rhinos for war. Now you're not sure. Rhinos are, assuming they can be trained for war, war animals can be useful as a defense, but I wouldn't put your faith only in animals trained for defense. For two reasons. They can't heal unless you cheat or mod the game. And two, they're not exactly as reliable as dwarves. I think that it's not bad to have animals as part of a dwarf defense. So assign them to your dwarves, remove them from the grazing pasture, and tell them to go fuck them up, because that can be useful. But simply only using animals as defense, not the wisest. That's kind of the difference. You've seen rocks heal. All right, fine. You know, I just deny everything that I say. That's fine. You do you. You use elephants as your only defense, and let me know how that goes. Yeah, just let me know how that goes. All right, I'm going to do a few items at a time. I did tell them to bring a lot of instruments, so. I guess these are heavy. That looks cool. The goblin cap one. I might actually buy a bunch of bags. Any dwarf will do? No preference whatsoever? Really? You're allowed to have preferences. Like, that is permitted. Now, if you're wondering why I'm trading for one item at a time, it's because it trains appraisal quicker. Where's the liaison? There you are, I think. Nope, that's the expedition leader. I'm trying to find the outpost liaison. Oh, you're... Nope. Where are you? Stonewall. Oh, there you are. Okay. Bad with words, clumsy, poor kinesthetic sense, and frail. You are a terrible dwarf at being a dwarf. Huh. Also member of the Ocean of Ashes. Arrived in 393. Experienced some trauma, but got justice. Hasn't killed anything. That's a miracle. Maybe a smith? I'll see if I have a smith. Did great cleaning up some random goblin rain. Not so much once a dragon showed up. The thing is, a war elephant takes 10 years to go from child size to full size. So use them very carefully. Make him the broker? He's not my dwarf, so I literally can't do that. I was just kind of curious as to who the outpost liaison was. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. I think I'm going to go to stone. And I'm going to go to coal, please. Please bring me coal. They want bracelets and leather water skins. Okay. So you said maybe a smith. Do I have any smiths? I don't actually have anybody listed as a smith in the entire fort. Currently, this dwarf is smithing. Gishud, who is forging an enormous corkscrew, who's currently exhilarated after getting into an argument. So I could give you this dwarf. I've got Mincod, who's making some charcoal. So that's smithing adjacent. Keep 2 more of these. And the other dwarf that claimed it is already named. I do not have a volcano on this map. I do have a lava spout, though. Different thing. It's not a volcano, though. But we're working on that. I don't really want to be forging in the caves. And also, you need coal to make steel. So it's not like a one-to-one thing. Access to magma? Totally. We'll get there. Hold your petty little horses. Sheesh. Hot diggly damn it. Trying to keep these dwarves housed. It's a population fort. I could also import lignite, yeah. Basic rules of predatory consumption grow stronger. Yes, basically. Having a peek. Did they fix it so gems can result in some large gems? So they've always resulted in some, but the percentage was off, and yes, they fixed that. They fixed that, like... I don't know. Like 6 months ago or something? I recall seeing it in the patch notes before adventure mode. Okay. So, I'm going to give this dwarf to Drosta, if this works for you. Elves just brought you a pair of giant wolves. Elves are not war trainable. Or not elves. Wolves are not war trainable. Drosta has a large family. Wow, oops. A rather large family. A lover. 2 lovers. And is 127 years old and has 6 kids. None of them live here. Guess she moved here for some peace and quiet. Always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her considerations and is conflicted by this since she sees these tendencies as an impotent on the quest for power. She seeks out exciting and adventurous situations and is stubborn. She has an overinflated sense of self-worth and she does not seek retribution. She does not generally seek retribution for her past wrongs. She is intellectually stubborn and rarely changing her mind during a debate, regardless of its merits, and has little and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She is quite polite, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and is conflicted by this as she values harmony as an intellectual concept. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally believes the acquisition and use of power. Personally believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life, worthy of the highest respect. Sees war as a useful means to an end, and respects perseverance. Values a harmonious existence and doesn't really value skills related to fighting. Dreams. She likes Bismuth's Knight, and Electrum and Schorl, I think is how you say that. I always want to read that as Carl for some reason. Echidna tooth and 8-sided prisms, breastplates and boxes and earrings and nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature. What is with this fucking faction? The words of the bonk of reticence, book is what it says, and the sound of the sweetness of lilacs, and when possible prefers to consume gutter crewor and dwarven milk and maize flour and hates cave spiders. Elves are not war trainable. Well, actually, they are in the same way dwarves are. So I would say they are war trainable. Probably. Sort of. Anyway. Let's get to pumping. So this will be what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6. Easy enough. And then we can make a lava forge right here. Is flooding magma creatures viable? What the heck does that mean? I have no idea what that means. Some migrants have arrived. Bridged metals, what a name. Why are your wives always necromancers? Sag. See you later, Nil. Why are you a necromancer? You're also a haggard necromancer? Yeah, go away. All right, we'll take the stressed dwarves. Oh, look at you. You're kindred spirits with Lanix. Really good friends with Lanix. His wife doesn't know Lanix. Lava pump time? I still need to get lava safe blocks, but we're working on it, yeah. See that? Talented weaponsmith. Look at that. Good stuff. You'll love to see it. I'm also in an ad break, so I will wait. Can you drown magma creatures in water? You know, I've never tried. I know that, like, firemen would probably just evaporate the water. I don't know about magma crabs, though. I know that, like, fire imps would probably just evaporate the water. But I have no idea. Like, actual response, I have no idea. Like, magma crabs. Do magma crabs need to breathe? They're not trainable. They can't be spawned in the object testing arena. It doesn't say anything about them needing oxygen. Did you observe any glaring legends on Long Death where your fort made a big impact in the world history? I completely extincted every single faction that went to war with me. To the point where they were sending peasants, bards, and recruits to fight me. But no, not really, because I'll be honest with you, I've never really dug into the legends that much. The world saves are all public, though. You can go download them and take a look for yourself. I've never really had any desire or interest in going back to Long Death to even look at legends, so. They have no breathe in the Raws. Well, then, there you go. No, you can't. But when loading a new world and having mods downloaded, how do I know which mods are active? Because you don't load mods into a pre-existing world. You generate a new world and select the mods that you want to generate in that world. You cannot mod a pre-existing world. Period. Unless you're really good at editing RAWs. And even then, you don't do that. That's not how the game works. What? Oh. One of my engravers has died to a giant cave toad. And I guess some dwarf is really ecstatic about the fact that there's now clothing available, because this dwarf over here, Dominok, immediately took all of his clothes off and is now running naked to go claim the clothing from the dwarf that just died, I presume. Where is this frog? There it is. You really have to be that way, Soto? Really have to do that. I get it. Like, this dwarf had a nice pair of clothing on. And also, like, some nice-ass bracelets. But, like, was it yours? No. No, it wasn't named. It was Bim. I think Bim was actually pretty stressed when they arrived, because Bim has 2 bracelets on, which I remember from that migrant wave. And if I recall correctly, they were not a very happy individual when they arrived. But, yep, I was totally correct. Look at this. Look at this freeloader here. Taking a bunch of clothing. Also, the frog is following it. Narrow named. We're going to send you guys to go stab this froggy to death, please. So I guess I need to make another tomb. So there are some animals that will drown in Dwarf Fortress if they're not in water. An example of this is like octopus men. Can't be played in adventure mode outside of water unless they're undead. So our recruit here just got into some pretty major violence. However, was satisfied upon improving fighting. So I guess we're going to need to give you a handy here and help you outie. But, you know, how fleeting life is. He actually bit it several times in the front leg. Moldath is coming to recover the wounded. Caves are starting to get busy. We have to finish up this, Oh, did you cancel the job? What? Why? Oh, he died. Rest in peace, Zuntir. It's okay. He was one of the 2 most upset dwarves in the fort, so I kind of feel not that bad. Tis a shame. Just cast him in obsidian. That won't, like, satisfy them, though. No, I'm just gonna make 2 tombs. I think that the best way to deal with stuff in this fort currently is just to, you know, make tombs. And wait for chat to comment on the fact that I'm making tombs that are bigger than the bedrooms that they're getting. Because, yes. Yes, they are. What of it? We'll spend more time in the tombs eventually. Eventually, yeah. Also, Sodell, you wanna practice some martial art, eh? And let's also go iron short. Let's make some iron short swords. Let's just get to that. Okay, so shale is not magma safe. So I need some lava safe materials. I'm double checking because I always do, but I'm like 99% certain it's not. Am I going crazy, or did this used to be like on the other side over here? Am I misremembering? Yeah, it's not magma safe. So we have to dig deeper, or I need to make metal blocks, which I don't really want to do. Although, how many layers do I need here? It's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I could just do 6. Let's just do 6 metal blocks. 6 iron blocks. Iron block. Because I think they have a 1-to-1 conversion rate, right? The dwarf with 6 kid that doesn't live here, guess your Dermeg. I also went back and checked the footage. She has a 1 high skill and a tons of novice skills, great social skills and combat skills, and also has very high relations, very high vampire signs. That is not a vampire. That is a dwarf. Like, that was my outpost liaison, number 1. 2 was a dwarf in my previous fort who lived in my previous fort for over a year. 3 had no skills whatsoever when she initially arrived, with the exception of social skills, because that's how nobles work. 4 is not a vampire. So don't worry about it too much. You're missing some critical information here. The critical piece of information is that was a dwarf from my last fort, so I know exactly who the fuck that is. Hey, they finally found Zontir dead. Rest in peace, Zontir. You don't think vampires exist in this world anymore? I've never seen one. Not once. Why is there a raven in my fort? Hell? Alright. People pre-presume vampires a lot of the time, which is fair, but I have seen so few vampires in this world that I doubt it. Whenever people suggest it. It's like I do understand the skepticism about the possibility and potential of there being vampires around, but it's unlikely at the best of times. Name has been found dead, completely drained of blood. No, they weren't completely drained of blood. The dwarf that was found dead was Zontir, who died to the fucking, like, giant cave toad that I told him to fight. So, yeah. Foiled again. This is slander against our great liaison. I shall not stand for this for longer than this bit is entertaining. Which I think it still is, so I'll stand for it for another 12 seconds. I don't care if I missed the context of what you said. I will continue with this bit until it ceases to be entertaining for me. Which it now has. What are you doing? Oh, right. Yeah, duh. I need to deal with this. Now that I have lava, I don't actually need this. I can just... You know, I'm just going to make a, like, tunnel down into that cavern layer and just dump stuff directly into lava to dispose of it. One of my favorite ones is when chat informs me that I have a vampire because you get a single migrant. That used to be a pretty telltale sign of a vampire. Hasn't been in a very long time. But that used to always amuse me when chat would be like, blind, blind, blind. You have a singular dwarf migrant. It's like, no, I just hit the population cap. We're sitting at 200 dwarves, you dummies. I can only get one more dwarf because one dwarf just died. It's like guaranteed to not be a vampire. Like 4 layers, but it depends on how heavy the thing is. I'm going to be dumping it from like up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, just like half a dozen layers generally is pretty safe. We'll just do this first. We'll do the centerpiece first. I mean, truth be told, there is no safe height to dump stuff from lava. So it's kind of, you know, be smart about it. Because at any point, a dwarf could just get shoved into lava. Another thing that you could do is drop them onto a drawbridge that's right above the lava and then periodically pull the lever. Of were-rabbits? Fun fact, were-rabbits cannot get past a locked door. If you're concerned about were-critters, lock your front door. I mean, to be fair, I've lost forts to were creatures before too. Like nobody is immune to that. Need to expand the size of this stockpile. And maybe even allow cooking the seeds. Which is a fun fact about vampires. I like that vampires are like don't need to breathe, so you can put them in an aquarium. Just put them underground, you know, underground, underwater, in a bubble. It'll be fine. Satisfied after learning about dodging. The dwarf is getting less upset, but, you know. How about you? Outrage after a petition for the guild hall was being ignored. Well, I did do it eventually. What else are you mad about? I think I'm going to put this dwarf into this squad as well. Although, poor intuition, good with language. In terms of crafting and masterwork, person sees family is one of the most important things in life, plays peace over war. Particularly value the truth. Yeah, actually, this dwarf might not be terrible in the military. But you're currently just encrusting finished goods with cut gems. Let's do that and that. Let's see if dwarves are putting items in tombs. There we go. Think any of those Nightcrawler creatures you could attack the fort? Do you know who Russ Ames is? Russ Ames from the forums? Vuckrock sometimes lurks in these channels. Or in this channel. Russ Ames is what I would describe as a night troll and boogeyman scientist. Has studied them for decades. I'm not joking. And that would be the person to ask. In Dwarf Fortress, after not playing for 10 years, your mayor turned out to be a vampire in year 2. Yeah, that tends to happen. They tend to just get elected instantly. Usually what I do, if a dwarf is like, if I'm suspicious of a dwarf being a mayor, is I assign them to a tavern keeper and then remove all other jobs and just wait until they get a drink. If they go get a drink, then they are not a vampire. It's pretty simple, to be honest. There you go. Interested. Doesn't feel anything while in conflict. How about you? You just got old injuries, but I may actually remove Sodell pretty quick, but we'll see if them training will help them get to a point where they're a little better off. You're reciting poetry, Lanix. Look at that. And now you're focused. That's a good sign. Gotta love performing. If I suspect a dwarf is being a man. If they're a politician, you have to make them into a tavern keeper and make sure that they don't... Make sure that they go get a drink at some point. Definitely. Never trust a politician in your fort chat. Massively known fact. Just like in real life, politicians can't be trusted. They're probably a vampire. I am joking. Jesus H. You know. I need more bedrooms. Then ban the export of bins. I don't think I've ever had a mayor ban the export of bins. But yeah, that'd be something. I'd say that I intentionally set it up so I had to cover this, but no, actually I didn't. That would be lying. Let's go down to here and start making these pumps, though. Iron blocks. That. This way. You. This way. You. This way. You. Although I should mine that out. You. And of course, you. That brings me up to here. So then I need to dig out a reservoir. I'm actually, I think, going to dig out 2 reservoirs. No, iron's magma safe. Glass is magma safe. There's a mushroom cap from the cave layers that's also lava safe. There's lots of stuff that's lava safe. Actually, I won't even need to lock off this side. You can just mine out of this. Why am I still typing in cog out of habit? I didn't play that fortress for that long. Although, how is iMiner doing? Also, if anybody wants me to check in on a named dwarf that you're aware of in the fort, just let me know. Because I can always do that. The Royal Brass. It feels so good. Once martial training. Maybe I should put iMiner into the military for a bit at some point. He's a rusty, talented record keeper. Well, I mean, did still kill a Cyclops once. Have you mastered crutch walking yet? Yes, you have. Can I attempt? Okay, you know what? I'll do this. I'm going to remove your other tasks, and I'm going to set you as a performer. Just let you go do a bunch of social things. Maybe go make some friends. Get some family. Melt down everything that isn't a masterpiece? God, I don't even do that. So we are going to get to the point soon where we're going to need a mayor. So I would say that this is iMiner's, like, main beginnings of, how do I put this? Attempting to become the most viable option as for a mayor. You know, you got to train up them speech skills. Also, another pro tip: put your captain of the guard as a tavern keeper, because tavern keepers train intimidation and persuasion and negotiation. Like the 3 skills that you need for a good interrogator. He's campaigning. There you go. She's beginning her political career. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. She also wants to be with family, which she has none, so. Hang in there, dwarf. Okay, so what I'm going to do on this layer is I'm going to make a split here. So this right now is kind of where my forges are. I think I'm going to move those. I think I'm going to move those to about here. Except I'm going to channel this down a layer, make it 2 layers deep. But I'm not going to do that around the edge. So I can smooth it, and then I can dig it bigger later. And then on the lower layer, I'm going to have a tunnel going elsewhere, which I'm then going to... actually, maybe not. Maybe not. I was going to say I'll drain it out from the bottom of this, but it's like, maybe I don't want to do that with my magma fortress. maybe that's not something I want to just like pull a plug on. So instead, I'll dig an additional tunnel that goes this way over to about here. That'll be the secondary one. Then I'm going to have to make iron floodgate, 2 of them, and iron Mechanisms. 4 of them, because that's still my only magma safe material. Feeds you booze until you confess to anything? It's a funny way to think about it. I do want these gems, though. Ay. Such gems. Much thing to mine. Also bad cop, because they beat you when you don't confess. Well, maybe that's the dancers that do that, you know? Dwarf is the worst miner. Because they need to drink alcohol. I think I could probably force feed them booze, but... Okay, so this side... Look at all of that ore that needs to be mined. Alright, so I might actually cancel this tunnel and dig it elsewhere, if there's really this much ore that needs to be mined. Because good God. I do need to take full advantage. Or maybe just, like, widen the hallway and then just dig around it later. Maybe that's what I'll do. Like, just widen the hallway to this. Just build walls in there. We'll do it that way. There's some iron ore up in here, too, which we're now discovering. You kind of hate it when I stuck some valuable ores or gems when you struck some because you have to fill up the walls at one time. Hey, at the very least, you can fill up walls now. It used to not block line of sight as you filled up walls, which allowed you to make interesting ASCII patterns, but as somebody who never really put the time in to do that, I've always found it very fucking annoying. To get booze to your dwarves in odd places. Yeah. Taverns can be a very interesting multi-use thing, although don't ever underestimate the value of dining halls. Because dining halls provide largely the same purpose. Speaking of odd places. All the way up. So let's check this. Done. Why am I hearing fighting sounds? Troll is fighting. Mincot was found dead. Jasper Crow is currently bleeding. But, oh. We caught a cave crocodile. Would you have a look-see at that? There. I think instead of building other things and listening to chat about what I should be doing, I should be focusing on, you know, stopping these creatures from getting in. I think that's what I should be doing. I don't know. Maybe. Here I am, just like, chat's like, hey, yeah, no, focus on this thing. I'm like, meh, well. Now we're getting attacked by critters. Alrighty, Jasper, you're gonna die here. We also have an artifact that's just begun. It's a stone worker who's withdrawn from society. We have 3 injured dwarves. How's our supplies doing? Do you have some buckets? Okay, we do have some crutches. Okay, we have a splint. I'm going to need to make some more splints. Let's make a few splints. Jump down into here. Finish this. Place a tomb. Go here. Make a tomb. Press go. Done. Because coral doesn't exist in Dwarf Fortress, except as a material used in Forgotten Beasts, because it was added as a tool, as a material for Forgotten Beasts, and then planned to be used as a thing to actually add into Oceans, but was never actually added. This is going to be a pretty dope artifact. I really like the way this is going, because they just go for the closest valuable material, right? And because all I have is shale and hematite, I'm getting hematite stone artifacts, which is actually kind of cool. Blind as a demon so he can't say Christ? What? Excuse me? Since when? Why wasn't I informed of this? Until now. Man. How? I guess now I have to start plotting my my global takeover plan then, hey? All right, so because I'm plotting a global takeover plan now, all right, chat, so I'm quitting Twitch and I'm going to go stream full-time on TikTok, and I'm going to go become a QVC Amazon influencer, and I'm going to take all of the sponsored deals, and hey, Squarespace, you hiring? No, okay. Blink twice if you need help. Nobody has struck the spire yet? Me? I have no power, this is true. Nobody on Earth has struck the spire yet? Oh, I haven't been activated? God damn. Waiting for my Elder God to show up to summon me. Well, okay, no, I think QVC, is QVC still a thing? I think it is. I'm pretty sure it's like a statewide institution in a certain US state. But no, it's on Amazon. Believe it or not, there are content creators who do one thing, and they're paid by Amazon to make reviews of Amazon products. So if you like go to an Amazon product page, right, and it has like just some random lady in her kitchen showing her using the spoon, talking about how great the spoon is. These are people that are paid a salary to literally just like make shitty videos about Amazon products that they're mailed. Like, those people exist. You can go sign those contracts. I've had people ask me if I want to do that as a part-time gig, and I'm like, that feels like it would drain my soul and is not worth the $1,000 a month. It's QVC.com. Oh, they don't have a TV channel anymore? Oh, that sucks. I was just trying to think, like, what is the shittiest format of influencer? And it's basically... Actually, probably makeup influencer is one of the shittiest formats of influencers. Or any kind of fashion influencer. I think it might just be this cloth, but I keep on managing to smudge my glasses when I clean them. It's definitely this cloth. The stoneworker has created Neseshful, a hematite figurine of Snang Felgift. What a name. And offers it to the small farm. Holy shit, are you missing an eye? Or do you just have a scar on your eye? No, it's just a scar on your eye. Damn. I haven't seen many facial scars. They really can kind of get messed up looking. The item is a masterfully designed image of Snang Felgift, the goblin, and a cave crocodile in hematite by Doran. The cave crocodile is striking down Felgift. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Felgift by the cave crocodile in Bannerglaze in the Beak of Amethyst in the mid-spring of 83 during Adokok, the violent assaults. It is encrusted with rectangular hematite cabochons. That's pretty dope. Like, pretty damn cool. So if I tell someone they're ugly, would you be a beauty? That's way funnier than it should be, Laya. Careful. You're speaking too many truths today. Of course it is. Like the text-to-speech is not all-seeing and perfect by any stretch. This is going to be my lever room, I think. It experiences Freudian slips. That's actually a really good way of putting it. Because yes, it certainly does. All right, how are we doing out here? Let's actually just jump over here. Okay, I've got way too many construction jobs going right now. I'm just gonna go in here and pause all of this. All the way up to the make iron floodgate. Because I need more dwarves to go construct items. And also this can go away. Instead, I should really just go to... maybe right about here. Go down to here. And just put a big old corpse and refuse stockpile down here. And maybe have an alternative way up from the caverns into here, potentially, for them to do that. Influencers, you mean shills? Yeah. You saw a visitor with a face mask the other day, and it was sick, a copper mask. I kind of wish sometimes factions of dwarves that had large goblin populations could make masks. You know, like, lots of people talk about wanting, like, tech trees. I just want super mixed populations to have the technology of other civilizations. So if you have a lot of elves in your civ, it would be cool. Even if you don't have an elven population in your fort, it'd be cool if you could make sandals. Same with, like, if you had a lot of goblins in your civ, you can make masks. If you have humans in your civ, maybe you can make turbans. Because these are all clothing things that dwarves can wear. But I have these dwarves. I'm not going to say any of them are going to stay in the military, though. This one probably will, Catan. So if you're okay with this dwarf, you can have this dwarf. After the game's done saving. It's also funny because, like, I didn't know that masks were in Dwarf Fortress until the premium version came out, and I was like, what the fuck are these? And then looking it up, it's like, oh, they've been in the game for 10 years? Huh. I had no idea. Which is kind of hysterical. Are the masks of creatures and beasts? They're just made out of metals. Somebody, you can probably look up someone could probably share a screenshot of dwarves wearing masks. I'm very iffy to make masks because you have to mod, or use masks because you have to mod the game in order to be able to make them. And because I don't do that, it's not the sort of thing that I'm willing to do ever, if that makes any sense. Is somebody brawling under the influence? Or is there just another cave crocodile just killing everybody? Yep. Wow. Shit, dude. It's a beefy crocodile. So Dominok was found dead. Olin was found dead, and Cuddle was found dead. All to a fucking crocodile. So you still want this dwarf, yeah? Capture it? Fuck no. You capture it, fuckrock. I'm not playing your video game. You're not playing my video game. You don't have any say over what I do. Damn you. No, that thing deserves death. Evento, you are now, never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations, desires little for herself in the way of possessions, and easily is moved to mercy, is bashful and is grounded in reality, prone to strong feelings of lust, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Also, fun fact, I'm pretty sure this is still the case. So maybe not a fact, but possible fact. I don't think you can properly train named entities. Like, you can never fully train them. They'll always snap back to being hostile. She is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions and tends to reveal personal information. Tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and occasionally overindulges and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, occasionally overindulges, and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, doesn't respect societies that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, and values harmony somehow. Likes magnetite, platinum, and brown zircon, crystal glass in the color dark pink, large gems and dogs for their loyalty, and cyclopses for their single eye. And the sight of the intricacy of glittering, and when possible, prefers to consume hard wheat beer and hates worms. Cyclopses. I don't think that was plural. And is dueling with this cursed creature, effortlessly removing its right front toe. The cave crocodile is having trouble breathing. Because you're in a shitty drinking mound. I've definitely seen drinking mounds that have drinks in them. It's probably something local world gen economy. Kind of bummed that Dominox dwarf died, though. Uh-oh, not symmetric. Uh-oh, I don't fucking care. Nothing in this fort is symmetric, in case you haven't noticed. Set some cage traps and war train the crocs. No. That's it. I have war-trained elephants. I don't feel like managing another animal type. Especially due to the fact that I'm actively trying to stop that cavern layer from being able to have creatures in it by sealing the entirety of it off, right? So you're telling me to pursue a goal that requires me not sealing it off. So no. Because I'm currently trying to seal it off. If I wasn't trying to seal it off, sure. Yeah, we could work towards that. But I'm literally trying to remove it as a place where creatures can appear. So, what part of, like, no, do you not understand? I also have a singular Drothla, which I'm probably just going to eat because I don't think I'm going to get another one. You could trap them and sell them. I'd then have to build cage traps and build traps everywhere. I'm trying to just wall the basement off. Can you just let me wall the basement off? I don't understand why you have to do this other thing in the meantime that isn't actually that beneficial and wouldn't have saved those dwarves' lives anyway because they're on the edge of the map where the creature appeared. The reason those dwarves died wasn't because, like wouldn't have been helped if there was a cage trap close by. They died because they were standing here when it appeared here. So I would have to put a cage trap all the way along, this. I'd have to do like one every 3 for this to be safe. So if you enjoy seeing me angry, you're getting it. I hope you're happy. Not that I'm really angry, but mildly annoyed. Maybe it's a better term. Also, I don't think you can war train crocodiles, but they're not bad as like a thing to drop things into. It's been a long time since I've had tame cave crocodiles because they give birth to like 50 babies at a time. Like they lay like absurd numbers of eggs. I don't understand what this OSHA is. We don't have that in, what's the name of this world again? The Impervious Continent, and specifically in the Beak of Amethyst. I don't think OSHA exists here. We have oceans, but those are slightly different. You know, it's funny, Glass Half Empty. I'm the guy that just, like, is well on record that I don't like using war animals because I find them tedious and annoying. I have war elephants already. We're raising more elephants. We're barreling through time pretty quick. They're going to grow up and we're going to have war elephants in this fort. What more do you want? Come on, guys. Like, seriously. I've already got, like, one of the best war animals in the game, and, like, you guys are just like, how about more war animals that aren't even tame? So you have to get a breeding pair for them to even be viable. And it's like, blink, 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 blink. Get fun? I mean, I'm not angry, but I am getting tired of saying, no, I'm not going to do a thing, and then just having somebody word it slightly differently. Like, come on, guys. Work with me here. I'm trying to seal up these caverns. We can tame all of the cavern creatures from the lower layers. You know? Like, we find some jabbers. We can work with that. You know? If we find some, like, cave crawlers, we can work with that. Okay, hear me out. Chicken butts. Are you trying to, like word together war-trained orca? Is that what you're doing? You want, I mean, no, you want war elephants and is what you want, right? That's what chat just wants, war elephants and also. Dwarves seem to be inherently unsustainable. You generated 3 large worlds for 10,000 years and there's a... So, fun fact, that's by design? Like the whole idea behind the original Slaves to Armok, which was the first game that Zach and Tarn made in this franchise, if you want to call it that, was that Armok creates worlds for his own amusement to watch them collapse. Right? Unless you mod necromancers, or not mod, but like disable necromancers and demonic spires, so you have no necromancy and no goblins, dwarves will eventually lose. But here's the thing. Factions losing does not mean all dwarves dead. Because there's plenty of dwarves in every world, based on what Enemy just said as well. There's plenty of dwarves in each world that will just assimilate into other cultures. So even if every single faction in the world has 0 dwarves, which is actually kind of fun to play sometimes, by the way, a faction with 0 dwarves, you can still embark as them, and there are probably still dwarves in the world. Unless the game just insta-crashes, in which case then there's none. You wish dwarves were real? Do not Google dwarfism. Oh no! Poor Jasper. I just found Jasper's foot. So, I don't think Jasper's dead. No, he's not. No, she's not. But Jasper is footless. So, are you also handless? Oh my god. Left hand is gone? Her hand is missing. Look at that. That's kind of awesome, actually. Foot gone, arm okay. This is true. And also is, I presume, picking up equipment from a dead body. Yep. Jasper is a true G. Not a D for dwarf. Although as far as war animals go, you guys really do want war animals, what I can do is I can go demand the elves bring me stuff. And we could very likely just get some trading going with elves. Because I guarantee you they have fun animals. And then we'd be able to skip the having to tame them stage. If you made a creature completely out of nervous and tissue and call it Nervous Man, isn't there a like mod that adds basically like, what's the name of that video game? Kerrigan? Kerrigan? No. Carry On. That thing. The flesh ball game. Isn't there a game like a mod that basically just adds the thing, which is just a flesh creature? I'm pretty sure that exists. It's like a self-replicating thing. Dwarf experienced trauma, and mulling over the memory allowed him to rethink his values and changed his personal tendencies. He was accepting, remembering, experiencing trauma, and became more resilient and learned to value tranquility. That's a positive improvement. He can handle stress and rarely feels this. No, he can handle stress now after experiencing trauma. And he personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals. Makes sense there, dwarf. Enjoy the miasma. Katamari Damacy, but with meat. You know, I really wished, I really wanted to like Carrion. I played that game and played it for, I don't know, 90 minutes and got mercilessly lost and was like, the process of moving this creature around is a lot of fun. Everything else about this game kind of sucks. And that's my take on it until the end of time. Okay, so hematite figurine, hey? I need to make an artifact hall somewhere. Maybe not hall, but like a place to put artifacts. Gonna need 1, 2, 3 levers for this. What the heck? So I tabbed out. Okay, that was weird. I tabbed out of the game by mistake and then couldn't reconnect with it until I click the top of the window? Because I play in windowed mode. Never had that happen before. Future king bedroom? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I should put them in here. Like behind a locked door. Something like this, you know? With windows? Well, I mean, I could, like, dig it out eventually. Do it, like, this way, maybe? You wish Dwarf Fortress focused on adding more things than they currently have? I wish people would stop wishing things were in Dwarf Fortress that aren't in Dwarf Fortress until Adventure Mode was done. I wish Dwarf Fortress players would just be satisfied with the things that are in the game until Tarn just finishes Adventure Mode, and then we can actually start getting new things, because I agree on almost all fronts. It'd be nice to have a lot of things that we don't have. But it doesn't change the fact that we still don't have them. Could just put like a trapdoor right here. Go up from there. That could work. Lots of construction still happening. Because I don't know about you guys, but I cannot wait until Adventure Mode is done. Also, I know Tarn took last week off, by the way. For those of you who don't know, he took last week off because he had a funeral to go to. So I guess he's back to work now. And considering we got 2 patches in 2 weeks, and now Tarn's working on the Chosen stuff, I'd be willing to bet we'll get a patch sometime next week. With Chosen stuff, because the last, what's it called? The last, well, in Future of the Fortress on the 1st of the month, Tarn said that we're probably going to see the first patch of Chosen stuff this week. We were all wishing because we were at work and school, wishing we were at home playing Dwarf Fortress, so we're just watching a high-level player do stuff instead. No, that's fair. That's fair. Chosen stuff. The tutorial mode for Adventure Mode. Which also supposedly is going to add some interesting gameplay for people who already know how to play Adventure Mode. Supposedly. Like, the kind of elevator pitch is, you are the child of a god and can talk to the god. And if you talk to the god, they actually respond instead of the normal god stuff where they go, silence and smiley face when you try to talk to your god. Also, we have 2 more baby elephants. Look at that. Yeah, that one's done. This one's all done. This one's done. Okay. We are very much close to getting there. And there still will be some animals that can spawn in here because I'm not filling in the water entirely yet. I might at some point. So there will still be animals appearing down here, and I will fill it up with some cage traps. But not with the explicit plan to deal with stuff necessarily. Do you want to insult the DF deities? I want to tell them jokes and see if they laugh back. It would be really funny if you could piss off your deity like a normal NPC, and then they just refuse to talk to you. Or even better, just like shoot you with a lightning bolt. Probably not. Just you spontaneously combust. Actually, I wonder if you piss them off enough, they'll curse you. Like just maximum need to argue, just arguing with God, repeatedly trying to change their value. And then, like, just get turned into a sheep for a week. Yeah, exactly, Faralingu. That would be funny. Also, hey, Sniper. What's up, dude? You're very drunk, so you take your leave? Well, cheers, man. Don't forget to drink some water. How's our, iMiner doing? Oh no, you were forced to endure the decay of a pet. I did bury it, though. You also saw Bim's dead body. Well, come on, man. Whose fault was that? You walked over there. Sheesh. I'm in an ad. We'll pause. Of small gods? What's that? Is that like Pocket God or whatever? The mobile game? Let me tell you this, holy garbage. You are vastly overthinking the difficulty of playing Dwarf Fortress. Can you only do a straight down, or can you shift blocks horizontally? No. Just straight down. Havoc. I don't know. Hey, Twitch chat. I don't know how many of you are in an ad right now, but I'll say this. What Holy Garbage is talking about, to me, doesn't read as somebody who's interested in Dwarf Fortress. It reads as somebody who is interested in talking about how complicated Dwarf Fortress is. And if you want to do that, that's totally fine. But I've gotten to a point where when people come in and they say, how much of a college degree do you need to learn Dwarf Fortress? Or how many people who are extraordinarily smart play Dwarf Fortress? You need to realize, college degree doesn't equal intelligence. University degree doesn't equal intelligence. Ability to solve problems and figure shit out has nothing to do with traditional schooling. It's a dumb basis for a question from the get-go. Like, there's overlaps with skills and interests in every single facet of society. Like, it's a null point conversation that doesn't really benefit anything. I don't think I misunderstood. I think you're just asking silly questions. But fortunately, you're entitled to ask silly questions, and I'm entitled to ignore them. Need empty bucket. Shit. You want to know why a lot of people who play Factorio are into tech? Because people who play video games on a computer If you play video games on a computer, you need to have a base level of knowledge of how computers work. Meaning, if you look at the demographic of any stream on Twitch, the demographic of any person playing on Steam, you're going to find a disproportionately large portion of tech-savvy people. Because they're playing games on a computer. People who don't play games on computers, maybe they use them in work, and they play games on their phone, are going to be inherently less tech-savvy. So yes, when looking into video games on computers, you're going to find a disproportionately large portion of people, especially in games with older audiences, of people who happen to work in similar fields. Because they're playing games on a computer. It's just how the internet works. If you're talking about games on Steam, yeah, you're going to find a disproportionately large number of people who know how tech works. Sounds like you had a fun university course, Jeremy. Studying Dwarf Fortress while in university. So, to me, I think this is a silly basis for a discussion. Because, yeah, complicated games are going to attract people who like complicated problems. Puzzle games are going to attract people who like complicated problems. People who like complicated problems might just work in comp sci, because that's what is professional complicated problem-solving job. So would God of Death, what? So would a death god reward those he likes with death? What? I don't know. Probably. I don't know what a death god would do. Last I checked, I'm not a death god. I haven't checked in a while though, so maybe I need to update that. There's probably some paperwork that need doing. If I build a fort in a ravine, will enemies be able to climb down the sides and get to you? Yes. They'll also be able to shoot arrows down the sides. Unless you make overhangs, but they can still shoot arrows down the sides if you make overhangs. I watched a friend of mine, Bellinair, dig a giant, tube down into the dirt, and then watched a bunch of goblins run up to the edges of his fort and just shoot crossbow bolts down at him until every dwarf in his fort was dead. It's pretty funny to watch. Yeah, holy garbage. I'm going to simply restate my point. This is bad data to start an entire discussion on, because you're already talking about games that run on a computer. So, I give up. I quit. Also, friends tend to end up on similar servers. Friends tend to work in similar industries because they had to meet somewhere. I think that you are running your entire study on bad data. I'm not a Zoomer streamer with a VTuber audience, so I'm generally going to attract older viewers. You talked about randoms? I'm going to time you out if this conversation keeps going, because I'm getting annoyed with it. So feel free to carry it on in private if you like. I think this is bad data. That's all I have to say. You asking what is the demographic of people playing the game watching my stream? You have to take into account the quality and type of stream that I run. I have an abnormally old audience for Twitch. So obviously you're going to find a lot of professionals. You've started this entire discussion on bad data and are repeatedly reinforcing your bad data. Which means you have no idea what you're talking about. Imagine Blind having a big booba VTuber avatar. Horrifying. You're a professional Twitch viewer? I'm not paying you to be here, mate. But you may be a professional who's also a Twitch viewer. Also, what Stone said, if you are under the age of 19, do not say so in chat because we, according to Twitch terms of service, have to time you out / ban you for it. Just an FYI. Professional Twitch viewer. If you are a React channel, that's actually kind of a funny bit. Although most React channels are more like professional TikTok viewers. Although I wouldn't say much about them as professional, so. Major League of Twitch viewing. Getting into the big leagues now. The big hitter numbers. That's going to be not a bad power supply, I think. Although I do need to remove this. Whatever you say, Granny. Start calling Bastet Granny. Granny Bastet. Okay, let's take a peek at this. This is slightly sus. So I'm going to smooth the side of that and deal with that. This is all sorted. Good. How about here? Let's see, a hungry dwarf. It's just this top one that still needs to be done. Those are all set. You're done. You're done. This is a statement from YouTube chat. I feel too many people confuse data for opinion and reach pretty surreal conclusions based solely on personal opinion they consider data. It's an interesting thing to say out loud. All right, so this side I think I will leave completely separated. This side I'm going to use for power. There is a cave toad in here. I'm going to need to probably wall this off and then use fortifications down here. Something else I can do is I can go over to here and place cage traps here, basically, which currently I don't have any, but cat trap, cage trap, there we go. Don't have any mechanisms. Okay, so what I can do is I can go... I need charcoal, probably. And I need rock mechanisms is what I need. Let's just make 5. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put an overhang around here. All the way around this. This overhang will make it difficult for creatures to crawl out of the water and up into here. Once I have an overhang, I can then, you know, if I want, wall it off. The other side, over there, I will also put an overhang. And then that centerpiece, I will fill up with cage traps. So basically right here, all the way along this is going to be full of cage traps. We're going to have an overhang up to here and then probably walls along this side. So things that come in through here will get cage trapped. So if creatures appear in the water and try to come in, they'll get cage trapped along this walkway and won't be able to get in where the dwarves are. So as long as we're like relatively diligent about keeping track of those, we should be good. Who speaks in a British dialect sounds ancient. What, like elderly? I think it's just because of like TV tropes though, right? And like old wizard tropes and such. I mean, there's also like, you know, the stereotype stone of everybody who works in as a sysadmin is a furry, right? It's kind of the same thing. Just because there's a lot of sysadmins that are furries doesn't mean every single person who's a sysadmin is also a furry. Are you a lizard? What? The elves brought you an elephant? Hell yeah. I don't know why I'm laughing at that, Idle Villager 92. But here I am. Or as someone with many hair. Someone who wears a fursuit for fun in their free time. I don't need to look up your memes, mate. I'm good. Early on in my fort? Not that early. How come I discovered so many caves and stuff? Because we started on a cave. So we started with access to the first cavern layer. The cave had a cyclops in it originally. Whose body is right here. Whom we killed. Reinforces your strict no friend policy. I mean, here's the thing. People tend to attract friends that they are similar to. So if you have nothing in common interest-wise with people, then yeah, don't be friends with people at work. Problem solved. And don't compression socks help with bad circulation, which can be caused from like sitting for a really long period of time? No, actually, let's just do this. There's liking furry characters and identifying with a furry character. I'm not a furry in the slightest, and I also don't like furry characters. So I'm not the person to ask here. And also, I'm not really trying to start a discussion about furries. I was simply using it as an example that generalizing is not always, in fact, true. In fact, it rarely is true. That's all I was trying to do. For clarity here. And also, Polyhoo, there's definitely times where I will dig directly down to the lava sea as the first thing that I do. So, seeing lots of caves doesn't necessarily mean the fort's young. At least in my case. In the case of my forts, it rarely means the fort is young. Those are walls, not floors. I wanted those to be floors. To tell you what I thought, it's fine. It's a system admin, is what a sysadmin is. It's also a high-paying job, and fursuits are expensive. Well, generally a high-paying job. But it's a system administrator. Maintaining server architecture, usually. Also typically a 24/7 on-call position. Yup. That's disturbing, Andre the regular guy. Also, I don't think hunting is cheap either, so you're probably going to spend about the same amount of money on hunting and whatnot. Am I out of bags? Yes, I'm out of bags. Great. All right, let's change the subject now, because this is getting strange. To be fair, I kind of wanted to get rid of this subject, like, back when it started about Factorio not long ago, so can we discuss just about anything else? Well, to be fair, I haven't really started looking much. And as far as magma safe materials go, I need to get down to the lower cavern layer to, find out. I was faster when crawling than walking? Was it not bipedal? Looks frightening. It's way worse looking than it actually is. This game is obtuse, it's not hard. It's actually a very easy game. It's easier than learning Civilization competently, as an example. This game is often overblown by memes in its difficulty, whereas the memes about its difficulty exist purely because this game used to be entirely ASCII, and while the game was entirely ASCII, it was quite daunting to learn because you had to learn how to look at it. But it's not anywhere near as complicated as most, or difficult to learn as most of the similar games in the genre. Let's see how we're doing on cloth. Pretty fucking terrible. Okay. Yeah, I think learning to play the basics of this game takes about 90 minutes in the current game. Oops. I need a new or a secondary, what's your job? Surgeon? Yes. Never mind. You've already been tended to, apparently. Then you're going to go clean up your own blood. Well, that's good of you. Doesn't even self-prompt pointing to his excellent tutorials. Mostly because I know chat will do it. But yeah. Okay, so we need to go down. That is something we need to do. I also need a well. Ideally, a well underneath my hospital. So that's like right here. So let's do 2 layers down here. Maybe actually a 3rd layer after that. Let's do these sides here. Go from right there. Do this and this. And then this, I will just fill up with water using a pump. That is what we are going to do. Nice and easy. I went to a job interview for an entry-level dev position, and I can't believe that they made you do the fizz buzz? What? I have no idea what that means. I mean, most jokes are based on reality. I mean, the most complicated thing about Dwarf Fortress is reading the wiki, because it's hard to figure out whether or not you're looking at the correct version of it or not. But, like, strictly speaking, yes, Dwarf Fortress can be daunting to beginner players. Absolutely. But a lot of the mythical difficulty surrounding this game, which is why people consider it to be daunting in the first place and why people avoid it, is false. Just factually. How are you doing there, Jasper? Could be better. How much alcohol is in this fizz buzz? I'm not gonna lie, I was wondering the same thing. Another engraver was found dead? Oh, look at this. Splatsters just killed Mistum. I wonder where you came from. Ironically, this one walked around my 4 cage traps, which is quite impressive. Ah, so this answers a question. We do, in fact, have a necromancer in the fort. Manom is, in fact, a necromancer. Even though you don't understand how to do it, you just resurrected a headless dwarf. Great. Excellent. Awesome. Sweet. This sounds like a complete waste of, like, brain cells of information, but I guess I've learned something today. Uh-oh. That's a problem. So are they... Ah. So I think because the rest of the dwarf isn't available, this is infinitely looping. I'm going to... consider telling the military to kill this. Oh, yeah, okay. Trust me, lots of illegal things happen in corporate work culture, which is depressing and scary and terrifying. Why has it got no face? Because that's its head on the ground. It's ahead of the curb. She must be out of her mind. Well, she has no mind left, but it's fine. Because she has none, she also won't mind when I cut the rest of her up. This will go just fine. I assure you. There we go. Now we have her mutilated corpse. Now that we have her mutilated corpse, we can properly memorialize her, hopefully. Although I may need to unassign this and assign it to up here. Ironically, you guys were saying I should catch them. I have cage traps surrounding the base level. Okay, you know what? Let's just forbid this one. Let's do it this way. Set this to be dumped and memorialize the rest of her. She looks like that. Well, no, she's just dead. This is fascinating. I've had repeating like jobs like this happen before, but I've never had it happen with a tomb that I've noticed. I'm sure it happens, but I'm in an ad break. I'm gonna just state this, holy garbage. That is genuinely disgusting. What was happening there just now? They go to put the item in the coffin, cancel it as they put the item in the coffin, walk back from the coffin, go to put the item in the coffin again. The idea of difficulty comes from shock power of seeing a native ASCII for the first time and someone telling you it's a game that old computer with a stiff... Yeah, no, exactly. Like, the difficulty of Dwarf Fortress comes from memes and hearsay. Actually sitting down and playing Dwarf Fortress, yeah, it's kind of obtuse to learn and you'll probably fuck up a few pretty important things in your first 3 forts, but, like, spend 4 hours fuddling around and restarting a couple times and you'll be fine. It's not that crazy. Like, yes, I have tutorials with hundreds of thousands of views, but I guarantee you, if this game didn't have the memes around its difficulty, they wouldn't have hundreds of thousands of views. Because it's not actually that difficult. It's just a tricky, obtuse game. That's all it really is. Let's see if they can put this body in the tomb. Trying to click on this. There you are. Yep. Yeah, I can see the ads when they end. They still do. Fuckruck, that's the number that Were Beasts can appear at, unless one shows up as part of a migrant wave. That is still the number. It's the same for Forgotten Beasts and Titans. There you go. That worked. I do not have 500 population in the fort. The goal is to get 500 pop. No, I don't use Dwarf Therapist, because Dwarf Therapist is a terrible piece of software that makes playing the game harder, in my opinion. And also, to those of you who desperately wanted it, look, we did actually catch one. Ah, I see. I've run low on cages. But yeah, no, I despise Dwarf Therapist. I don't have an opinion on Dwarf Therapist. It's a bad piece of software. You just heard my opinion on it. What more can I say? It's a bad piece of software that's completely irrelevant in the current versions of the game and shouldn't be used. That's my opinion. There's nothing more to it than that. It makes you worse at the game in almost every aspect. Because it makes you overthink mechanics you don't need to overthink. It makes you worry about portions of the game that you don't need to worry about. And it makes you focus on numbers that are irrelevant to the actual gameplay of the video game. This is true, Elmiran. Also, am I going crazy or did my voice just like get deeper? I think I'm thirsty. There we go. That's better. You know, the longer I read your text, your username is starting to make sense, holy garbage. Elite Woad Rider wants you to post a round of beers, chat. Oh no, the surgeon is throwing a tantrum. Why would you do a thing like that? Well, tisk. I have solved like almost all of this dwarves' needs, but they're haggard now. Which is unfortunate. Because I'm probably not going to be able to fix that. Such a shame. Oh. Drosta the Engraver has created Kebul Kubok. Etreduz. Has created, which it happens to be a hematite earring, and offers it to the small farm. Is there a way to recover a dwarf from haggard? No, but you can compensate for it positively enough that they stop tantruming. The only times you build a room is for low-level nobles who end up having a ton of other dwarves eating over anyways. Wait, I mean... You mean like attending meetings? Shiitake Space Warrior? I mean, bigger bedrooms equal more space for furniture equal dwarf can have more thing equal dwarf can be happier in total. It's better for dwarves in the long run. Thanks for the first resubscription in 3 hours. And the first notification of money in 3 hours. Clenodev, how are you? It's good to see you. Random kids eating in their room? Because if it's a dining room, other people shouldn't be able to use it. Unless you're talking about just like a bedroom or an office, in which case, okay. Why did that get suspended? Probably, I guess, the fighting. I presume. I'm going to do figurine right there. You totally recovered 2 dwarves from haggard this week? Like, here's the thing. I'm pretty sure you can. Probably. Do it. But I've had significantly fewer times where I've succeeded than actually successfully done it. I've recovered many dwarves from stress, though. And haggard is just like a worse form of stressed. So it's a dwarf that is more stressed than just a stressed dwarf. So I'd be inclined to believe what Angel Greed said. It's one of those good luck kind of situations, though. You just assumed they were dead dwarves walking? I think Haggard might... Okay, so if a dwarf is legendary, or if a dwarf has a legendary skill, or if a dwarf has made an artifact, then dwarves cannot go insane. Like, they cannot go in melancholic permanently. They will always snap out of it when they need food or drink. I once had a dwarf, and this was in 47.05, I think? I think it was in 0.05. That was Haggard, and it took about 15 years, but I was able to get him to go from being Haggard and constantly going in and out of melancholy to not being Haggard anymore, but he still went in and out of melancholy. So... yeah, I think that's the more common thing, is like it takes too long. Of like perfect needs met. So that was an earring, right? Yes. We'll read that description when it ends up here. I'm just going to start building a little museum up here. Maybe I'll make it into some sort of fancy area in the future. I don't know. We'll see. Make it into a thing that you would not be able to steal items from because they're all like blocked off, and then let everybody come visit it. It's a hematite earring. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with octagon moss cut agates and decorated with cave crocodile bone, and encircled with bands of cushioned hematite cabochons and iron and giant mole leather. This object menaces with spikes of iron on the items an image of a tigerfish in hematite. So, Clino, you've been busy, right? How many years in? Like, I don't know, 2 years, I think? We started at a weird time of year, so it kind of screwed up the initial migrants. Also, I've been expelling a lot of necromancers. But, question. What have you been playing recently? You still, have you been dwarfing much, or are you just doing other things these days? All right, so I have a lady cave crocodile, which means I could very easily make a lot of cave crocodile eggs. What do you think? The Dwarven Thoughts, Memories, and the Core Memories thing? Yeah, no, it's bloody cool how all that stuff works. It's truly like, oh, right, Dwarf Fortress has a lot of, like, Crusader Kings kind of similarities. Or adjacent mechanics, I guess. Diversity in food is good. This is true. What I really need to do, actually, well, not block, rock is what I wanted. What I really need to do is I need to queue up, or actually change the rules with thread so that we can just spin non-dyed thread and then just dye cloth, actually, because I just don't have enough dye just yet. We'll do that. Because that'll fix a lot of problems that I currently have. Also going to go into here, and I'm going to go loom. I had enough dye initially, but I haven't been focusing on it as much since. This is going to be quite a large building, so I'm going to start building it in a way that makes it look neat. Can I peek my mic real quick? What? Why would you want me to do that? Did that do it? That was me peeking my mic. And that's about as loud as I'm going to shout into this mic. I don't actually want to deafen people. Yeah, I think well, I mean, there's a couple games that are inspired by Dwarf Fortress that are trying to do similar levels of family dynamics. Like an example, wait, those are clothes shop, not looms. An example of this would be like, I mean, obviously there's the Crusader Kings one that I already mentioned. I guess more recently there's Norland, but there's also stuff like Lords and Villians has a similar memories system, nowhere near as deep as Dwarf Fort though. Clan Folk has a similar family system with a bit more Crusader Kings put in there as well. I just haven't had time. I own it, and I've owned it since it went into early access. But when I bought it originally, it shipped with like a 200-page guide is the wrong word. A very large, extensive PDF file that was its guide on how to actually play it. And I played it for about 90 minutes and was like, I'm spending more time tabbing back and forth between this, like, guide. I'm spending more time doing that than I am actually playing the game, so this isn't exactly a fun process. So I was like, I will wait until this gets more developed. And apparently it's beyond that point. The PDF is now entirely in-game, which is a lot better. Am I talking about Norland? I was talking about astronauts very briefly, but I did talk about Norland. But yeah, astronauts does look cool. I like the fact that they hired a lot of the cast of the Expanse to do voice acting for the trailer, but I don't think any of that's actually in the game. I'm pretty sure that's just the trailer. All right. Not a bad little artifact haul so far. The problem is I'm going to need some sort of guard animal. So this might not be a bad spot for it. Yeah, we'll just do it this way. Maybe a guard cat? Guard kitty could do it. Mud-grown moss is as efficient as planting on cavern floors, which is 5 times more efficient than planting on just dirt. But how's things been behind the scenes, Clino? If you can say publicly. Also, I don't think I said hi to you, Celesty, so hi. Keeps them... Well, I mean, I like the idea of guard kitties because it puts them in, like, perpetual danger, which makes them less likely to live long. I mean, what? But it does put them in perpetual danger. It's less guard kitties and more just, like, noisemakers, you know? Like, they just make loud sounds while dying, and then the dwarves hear the bad things and then go, oh, we should go save that cat. Oh, I guess there's also siegers here. Anyways. It's the same as actual cavern floor, yes. Which, like I said, is 5 times more effective than just dirt. Dodging with training. Cats are born as legendary climbers, which is something I kind of adore about this game. I mean, that's a pun, which is a bit of a catastrophe. Can't say much about the felines, though. Okay, so up here. What is an animal that I can put here? Actually, I think I have a pig. We could go with a ham radio. Ah, never mind. We're going to use a Guardian Defense Goose. Oops, that's a wall piece. Because geese are a pretty effective noisemaker. Trained to honk as loud as possible. Second a monster appears. Are the murder holes 2-way? These? Yeah. Enemies can shoot in as well as you can shoot out. And your entire that's one of the most Australian fortresses I've ever heard of in recent memory. Maybe not ever, but certainly that's a very Australian fortress. Gotta say. Taco Crepe, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you. In defense mode? But you've activated my trap card. I'm Canadian. I have a ongoing truce with these creatures. So this is a trained croc who already laid eggs. Should I heal this crocodile with the effect? Because otherwise it'll never heal. Also, how many eggs did it just lay? 23 is how many it laid. And I think we may be getting close to the time where I should probably dig down. That... You know what? Actually not. You know what it's time to do? I'll get more eventually. This is true. I think it's time for us to deal with all these boulders. That's what I think it's time to do. So the question is... Chad, if you were looking at this fort, where would you put kind of a building with a bunch of masonry shops in it? Or at least a lot of shale in it. Because right now we have this shale stockpile in the middle here, but there's no quantum stockpile, so I still have plenty of time to move it. Over there? Gotcha. Very, very, very well fed. Very well pointed out. Top left or right? I'd say pretty close to this, probably, right? I've kind of got some crafting industry starting up down here. This could be a good spot. So could, like, in between these two boulders. I feel like it's the sort of design that works better in smaller maps, Cyan Corp, because then, like... Because I basically just, like, designated a whole layer to be dug out, and it's all pretty low priority, so they're slowly chipping away at it as there's nothing to do. But the majority of the time... They're, like, in the fort, working on other things. Put a moat around them? I mean, I could do a lava moat. Actually, this would be directly above the tombs if I were to put it over here. Yeah, let's do it like this. I think, like, because I'm kind of planning on having some open plan areas in this fort. What if, like, kind of our stone-based industry and clothing industries are a little bit more... open office plan. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, sort of like that outdoor market thing that you just mentioned in chat. Because I don't mind that design kind of idea either. I think I will put up some walls. Actually, it's kind of like the human cities in Dwarf Fort, where it's like, here's just a bunch of crates out in the open, you know? Just with meat everywhere. Going bad. Constantly. Somehow not going bad, though. You know, if I do actually find an aquifer in this fort, in this map, because I know it's on this map somewhere, we should use a natural misting setup with an aquifer. Somewhere closer to the middle for easier hauling. Well, see, here's the thing. This isn't going to be the only way up and down. But I'm thinking... we maybe put storage like right here. I mean, or any airborne disease by that matter. Although I'll tell you this, I once had a rapidly infectious disease in a fortress. And that isn't really a mechanic in this game. And you want to know what caused the infection to spread? Chat, if you know the answer to this question, do not spoil, please. I do actually like this story. But you want to know what caused the disease to spread? Me? Oh, yep. Snow. What would happen was, so there's a thing in the game where if a liquid freezes, it becomes a pile, right? And if a pile of something mixes with snow, the snow becomes that thing. And snow is a dense enough item in Fortress mode that if a dwarf walks through it, it covers them. So I had a Forgotten Beast that expelled this dust, which made you immediately bleed out from all your pores and die a few seconds later from mass bleeding. So it was like rapid. Basically, everybody was getting Ebola, which is disturbing. So what would happen was if a dwarf went outside, almost the entirety of the surface pretty quickly got infested with this stuff. So if a dwarf went outside, it would take about 90 seconds real time for it to trigger, to kick in. So if a dwarf walked outside and then walked back inside, they would track snow places. And then every dwarf that would walk over that trail of snow would track snow places. You understand this problem? So very quickly I would have like a hallway, and then one dwarf would walk up the hallway, and then they'd bleed out a couple seconds later. So I would just be playing, dead. Like just 80 dwarves die in a couple seconds. It's like, and it just kept happening. It was something. It was something. One of the most distressing fortresses I've ever run. It was called Sunbirths. It's another one of those forts that I, like River Depths, where I kind of regret not recording the way I do now. So I could have made a video out of it, because I think it would have made a good one, but that's no way for a fort to go down. Here's the thing, that's not what killed the fort. What killed the fort was I dug too deeply and greedily, and then the entire fort was made out of ice and was on a glacier, and most of the demons were made of fire. So, guess how that went? Like, they were flying through the walls. It was something. Swimmingly. Yeah, they'd swim through the walls. Exactly. Swimmingly is a very way to put it. A very way to put it, yes. Like, chat, what's one of the most memorable ends to a fort you've ever had? Because that might actually be up there. Just, oh, you know, fort ended because fucking demons were made of fire. It's fine. Okay, so I'm just going to fill this up. This is going to be a shale stockpile. And then we're going to have to get AWOL Nation to come over here and shout, shale! Anyway, we're going to then do that. And then I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do that. Let's say you. Okay, well, I don't have a minecart, but you can load from here. And now I just need shale. Why would it be shale fish? What did the fish have to do with this? I don't know how many wheelbarrows I have, but I need a lot of them. I think those are tools. 3 wheelbarrows. Okay, well, let's just make... wooden wheelbarrow. Let's just make 20. We'll bring all the wheelbarrows over here. And then you, right here, are going to make me a minecart. After you make all those wheelbarrows, just make the minecart first, please. And then once the minecart's made... But it is a simple story. Don't hold your... What, stick your face under water and breathe deeply? Hello, gamers. How you doing, Queen Thing? Pretty good is how iMiner is doing. We'll check in on her in a sec. Dragon melted everything in your entire fort by spewing fire and dropped the frame rate to 0, and the save was unrecoverable. Yeah, Dragon's gone haywire. Like, if the dragon gets a head start, I think maybe one of the most shocking things for me is that dragons can burn down everything, including Redacted. That was one of the most shocking things for me. The first time I saw a dragon was just watching them burn that down. That thing that most people guard their forts with. Some migrants have arrived. How many of them do I need to expel? Because they're necromancers. Lolar, hello. Oh, look, it's your spouse. Hey, shit. We got ourselves a legendary Hammerdurf, who also happens to be a Milterdorf, who seems to be a little PTSD'd out. But welcome to the military, Fath. Get in there. You're haggard. Well, that'll be fun to deal with. You are an adept Marksdorf, though. I am in an ad break. Ghost-powered energy sector drilled down 1,000 feet to extract ancient phytoplankton ghosts from hydrocarbon veins. Got it. Will do. Recently, a naked necromancer the military couldn't keep up with in their heavy armor, and he just kept running around in circles in the center of your main road, raising everything. Was he also undead or a vampire? The most memorable end you've had was doing... Okay, hold on. Actually, I'll check in on iMiner and then I'll read these stories. You know, chat, I just thought of something stupid. People want me to review forts, but I really don't want to review forts. Like, it's not a type of content that I like making. What if... Here's just an idea. What if... Y'all post screenshots in the Dwarf Fort save sharing room. I download the screenshots and then post them at the end of videos. Eh? Is that another that works for people? Because I don't want to, like, share forts. I don't want to. But, like, it was something I did. It must have also been a vampire. He started an expedition starting to cave off the side of how to make idle dwarves stand. You started a new expedition and starting a cave off to the side. How do I make idle dwarves stand in the cave rather than outside? You have to make a meeting zone. One of these. So by default, they stand around your wagon. So make a meeting zone. Once you've made a meeting zone, you can specify to be a temple, an inn tavern, a library, a hospital, or a guild hall. And then they don't become idle dwarves. They become dwarves that are socializing, which is one of the most important jobs in the video game. There's about to be blocks fucking everywhere, but it's okay. They will go away rather quickly. None of your dwarves just lost a finger to a badger? Damn, dude. So, my plan here is to get literally every dwarf filling this up with rocks. We're going to clear all these rocks out. It's going to take a little bit. Also, I need to go into here and type in the word necro... Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Okay, so you're going to go away. You're going to take your wifey. You're also going to go away and take yourself and your two pets. I don't have to do anything? You are correct. Okay, I'm going to let IB Lurkin stay because IB Lurkin has 2 children. And he wants to be with family. That would just be mean. And Emperor Iron is also named. but didn't bring any families, so... Oh, no, never mind, you did. God damn it. Oh, shit! Okay, I cannot kick this dwarf out, because that's just too interesting. So, Emperor Iron had a kid. I remember his wife dying, like, visibly, in the last fort. Has a husband now. Can't kick that out. That'd be a hate crime. The rare buy dwarf. Yeah. Also, they have literally the exact same haircut and head shape. Is it slightly different beard size? No. They have exactly the same, like,